Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police service platforms. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Alrighty there. I think we're ready. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday. Happy No Pants Friday. I'm not sure if you got that shot, but yeah, there's the knee. That's all I'll show you. You know, it's a family-friendly show. That's as far as we can go. Oh man, it's good to be here. Welcome to almost the weekend. It's also Podcast Friday, which is also super exciting for me. It's a good day all around. It really is a good day all around. We have a couple things we have to do first thing in the morning, which we always do, or at least almost always. The first is, of course, appear on screen myself. There I am. The second is to welcome Judy D. Says good morning, or GM. That's close enough. I think that means good morning. And Judy, you were first in chat this morning. Congratulations. It's always a challenge and an accomplishment, and at the same time, it's a crime. And the crime part is what we're going to focus on today, because as the first person in chat, we're going to sentence you, deem you guilty first of all, and sentence you as the first person in chat to be responsible for everything internet related worldwide through the remainder of the day. So that will fall squarely on your shoulders. This also goes on your permanent record. So you should have really thought that through before you were first in chat. No, just kidding. Judy, thank you so much for being first in chat. We love everyone who pops in first, and just it's always reassuring to me to see that it's working. And when someone pops up in chat, that's my first indication. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Also, I missed a couple. I think we had Ella Cole gifted 5 memberships before we even started this morning. So that was super quick. There's the buffer sound. I've already made a mess of something.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Yep. And also Susan Steele, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Great to have you as a member. Phone's ringing. Buffer's ringing. There must be problems here. Let's see what we have. Let's see. You need to sing to Walter this morning. I remember from yesterday morning. Ashley, I need to sing to Walter. Bug Dugger. Minnesota Nights. Whoa. Okay. It's time to get out the notepad really quickly, because if we've got more than 3 people, I cannot remember. Okay, so Walter, Bug Dugger, Minnesota Nice. This is going to be one of those 2-verse versions, huh? Let's see. Anybody? Oh, holy cow. Chair McDonald says, Bug Dugger, Shih Tzu Dad, Christopher Gilroy's daughter, Briella. Okay, that's easier than Christopher Gilroy, but Briella. Happy birthday, Briella, by the way. 9th birthday. Briella, it's your 9th birthday. We're going to sing to you. You're definitely going to be included in the song. Is there anyone else we need to include in the lyrically as we sing the happy birthday this morning? I think that might be it. Okay, well, I'm just checking chat one last time. Speak now or forever hold your peace, or at least celebrate a year later. Okay. I think my daughter's birthday, Robin. We'll include Robin as well. Here we go. No warm-up. Here we go. Cold. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Walter Bugdugger. Happy birthday to you. Second verse. Wait, we have a interlude. Is that what it's called? Okay, here we go. So this time we have to do. Next time around we've got what? Minnesota Nice, or is it? No, it's just Briella and Robin. That's it. Happy birthday to you. Everybody, high notes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Briella and Robin. Happy birthday to you. That sounded much better in my head before I actually sang it. Let's do a little
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
and that's how the birthday tradition ends with butchering it. No warm up. That's the problem. I'm going to blame it on the no warm up. Happy birthday. Tim says, Recovery Addict, you just killed my cat. So it was bad. It was so bad. Oh my goodness. I'm excited for today, and I think after that start, we have nowhere to go but up. And that's at least that's something we can look forward to. We can get better from here on out. Mary Murphy, member for 9 months, so they can't believe. Okay, stop. I need the Southern Febreze. Hey, can somebody bring me the Raid? There's a bug. There's a bug in my studio, and I don't want to turn the camera on it because I'd have to zoom out so it would all fit in the camera lens. It just went behind the cabinet. It's Mary Murphy. Thank you. It's been a year. Thank you for this beautiful community. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You guys. Oh my goodness. This I will tell you what's going to happen. What's going to happen is this. That bug, and when I talk about bug, I'm talking. It's those. They call them water bugs here in the South. We know what they are, and they're not water bugs. That was like. It was the size of a small dog. And occasionally when we get one of these that come inside from outside, usually when they fall down, they're around the leaves outside. But when they get into the house, I have words to say. And now it's literally crawling towards my green screen. So I'm going to be on camera like this, and then on the green screen, you're going to see a bug crawl across the wall. That's what's going to happen, and it will be mortifying. It will be so bad. My family is ignoring me. They're playing the tuba in the other room, but nobody's bringing me the Southern Febreze, which is also known as Raid. You can get it in all different scents. But let's see. You guys, we might have to stop the show. It was right there. It was like within arm's reach. Oh my goodness. We need an indoor cat that eats bugs. Okay. Oh my goodness. Get the Raid. All right. You guys, this is literally, I have a couple fears in life. And one of them is definitely having one of these bugs make it into the house and crawl across my green screen. It might be irrational. It might never happen. But if it does happen, I will never live it down. And that bug literally is like 4 feet from my green screen, and it was headed that direction. I need you guys to keep an eye on it for it. I need you guys to watch for it. Oh my goodness. I need the Raid. I think it's in the kitchen above the fridge. Okay. Anyway. This is bad, guys. It's going to be a bad day. I can't step on it because it was like at waist level on the wall. And my feet don't go that high. All right, so Southern Febreze is ready. Here we have, not sponsored by the way. This is, it looks like this is a lavender scent, Southern Febreze. We're going to put that right where I normally keep my drink and make sure I don't confuse the two. But okay, I'm going to be looking like this until I find the thing. Oh, it's up high. It's literally
on your head.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm sorry. Usually we're a little more professional in the mornings than this. We're gonna get I can see it. It's above me, almost straight up. We have 11-foot ceilings in this house. It's an old house, right? We have 11-foot ceilings, and there's a picture rail that runs around about 10 inches down off the ceiling, and it's between the picture rail and the ceiling, but it is almost straight above me. And when you spray a bug that high above you, I've learned from experience, they fall, they fly, and they aim for your eyes. This is how. Angie, please, nobody clip this. I don't want to see this on Twitter or anywhere else. Allison Bex, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for being here. I need you, little R.A., to watch that until we can go to court and I can turn off my camera and climb on my desk and spray this thing. Oh, my goodness. If it flies, yell, okay? Seriously, this could be bad. Allison, also a new member, and then promptly gifts 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, man, we have a lot. Bug Dugger. It says this is the best birthday I could ask for. If this appears on my green screen, it fell? It fell?
On the desk. It's on the shelf.
It's, so help me, you guys. Okay, it could be anywhere. It's now halfway. It's 2 feet from my green screen.
Recovery Addict party horn for 45K, please, party popper.
Bring the jury.
We can only do it one time. We cannot celebrate with a bug in the studio. It's now on the ledge that hangs over the top of the bookshelf. I've got 8-foot bookshelves in here, and it's on the top ledge, which hangs over my desk. I can touch the bookshelf. I'm not going to right now because there's a bug on it somewhere. And the fact is, I have to stand up. To
Musical
get this.
Notes, happy
and it's
day.
No Pants Friday,
Cockroach.
so I've got all sorts of issues going on that are presenting problems.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Okay, you can't go anywhere. You have to. Did you see it? Oh, okay. Here we go. All right, let the cat in. Will cats eat these? Yes. The cat's here. Okay. All right, here's what we have. We have court today. I'm sorry. There's some things we want to cover. The court's going to start here in
Bug
just a couple
so close
minutes.
to being famous. Rooting for Bug, red exclamation mark and question mark.
Bug will be dead by the end of this show for sure. Bug has nowhere else to go. I mean, it's not like there are wires that can hide behind in here. Yes, cats will eat them. We're keeping the cat.
I was kicked back.
Tell Mom we're keeping the cat. And little Ari, thanks for keeping an eye on that. All right, the big things we want to talk about right now before the judge comes in, we have the shot clock, okay? That's going to be a major factor as we're winding down. We've got less than a week left of trial. The shot clock, where it stands right now for the plaintiff, they have 3 hours and 40 minutes at the beginning of today. Defense has 23 hours and 50 minutes. We're expecting to hear from 5 different witnesses today. Dr. Jennifer McLean should be first, followed by Mr. Shaw, who's the pharmacist. We've got a billing and coding expert coming in, talking about the hospital billing. That's going to address the fraud complaint. And we have 2 depots, one from Dr. Hannah, and one from the guardian ad litem. So that's our schedule for the day. We'll probably get at least 2 of them in before lunch, and then a couple in the afternoon. Why did you leave? Please.
Hey, please be seated.
Here we go.
Mr. Altenburn, feel free to come forward. It's like I walk in and you like run away.
I'm sort of the potted plant.
I'm so sorry?
I'm sort of the potted plant. I hope I'm not here very long.
Well, you're at the top of my to-do list here. Why don't you start it, then I'll go to my list, but you're on my list here too.
Mr. Elliott and I have worked, and we have a set of jury instructions that I can get to you probably in the next couple hours, certainly before lunch, that are there. There's still a fair amount of work on the negligent infliction of emotional distress for Maya that you'll have to do. And on count 14, and the nuances of what should be in the intentional infliction of emotional distress counts. I'm happy, I think, to tell you that I think we've got the apparent agency issue pretty well nailed down. I don't think there's going to be much for you to have to resolve on the language of that at all. But, additionally, I've got motions to add some additional special instructions. So I'm concerned about two things at this point. I can get you a verdict form also before the end of the day. The count 14, as of the current jury instructions that I've just gotten back from the other side, still remains a count on the theory that the hospital as a hospital had a duty to train, not under a medical standard of care, but a common law negligent standard of care, to train doctors, and that if the training was negligent, that they are liable under some theory that doesn't involve the doctors being negligent. So I'll put this into the verdict form and the like, but I want to make it clear that I don't think that is even a legal cause of action. I never have. So I'll put it in. But I am concerned about hearing time and when we're going to resolve this. I don't, I know we have...
Part of my yellow sticky.
Okay, then I'll let you talk about that.
Well, here is, I've got two concepts, and I'll probably need the trial attorney input as well. And I don't know if I can make the decision right this second. Maybe we can make this decision at lunchtime. There are two times on Monday that make sense in my mind. Either we come in early and start doing jury instructions, let's say 8 or 8:15 in the morning, assuming that's, of course, that I get them early enough today, or we do it at 4 o'clock on Monday, and wherever we are at 4 o'clock, we know we just have to stop and then spend time on it. This isn't a final decision, but do you have an input as to what is better?
4 p.m. so we can get over this.
Yeah, the trial lawyers think 4 p.m. because they'll have witnesses.
Well, I know that that's what they're going to want.
And I am happy to do it, at 6 in the morning or 10 o'clock at night. You just tell me and I'll be here.
my overarching concern, and
Rob, good luck in court today. Thanks for
I'm
popping in. Great show last night, by the way. Congrats on 200,000. That's awesome.
And by Wednesday, that's, I guess, the ultimate goal I've been aiming for. That would include any rebuttal case as well, so that we have a jury instructions set, finished Wednesday night. Because remember,
You're gone.
Yeah, and if I absolutely need to figure out a time, I could possibly be here early Thursday morning, but the world works better for me if I could be gone. But
your vision is that these will be read to the jury on
Monday
morning.
And so that's why I need everything to be put to bed, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I'm, as you were suggesting, we're running out of daylight on nailing these things down. So that's why Monday morning might.
You in any way I can, and I will try to have the rough out of the verdict form to you before I leave to go back to the office.
Do you think even if we do it at 4 o'clock on Monday that we're going to be, assuming that I'm able to make decisions?
Yeah, it might take more than 90 minutes, but we could get this done. Yes.
Let me just make sure that I don't have. Yeah, and Tuesday's Halloween, and I have not been told what my absolute parental obligation is.
But
I would not plan on me having the ability to stay Tuesday night.
Yeah.
So
early Tuesday night for trick or treaters.
Going to feel the same way.
Yeah, we'll get them out of here by or before 5.
But I'm probably not going to be able to stay here Tuesday night to work on jury instructions.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on jury instruction?
No.
And please pass along my appreciation to Mr. Elegant and his team, in addition to you, for working on it. And the last time I looked at it, it was much farther along. And I really...
The basic things are pretty well hammered down. So, there's several causes of action. There's just been troublesome from the beginning. So Thank you.
Well, thank you. Before we go to your Excel list, where am I on?
That was next on my list to go.
I think they're going to be close
I
on
want to
time.
make sure I understood
Really
exactly
close.
what the court wanted. So I've had my assistant create Excel sheets. What we dealt 3 separate sheets, one for the joint, one for the defense, one for the plaintiff. But I want to make sure. I was under the impression that the only thing that would be on there would be the exhibit number and a description of the exhibit.
A neutral description of the exhibit.
A useful description of the exhibit.
Useful and neutral.
Useful or
no,
neutral? Words are different.
Like it'll say all children's hospital admission records from whatever. But I wanted to also clarify, for instance, for the over 1,000 pages of the Johns Hopkins Hospital record, was the court envisioning that we would also put like specific page numbers, like you could put discharge, whatever it is, so that they didn't have to search 1,000 pages for specific records, or do you want us to not do that?
I am fine if each side wanted to designate specific pages. And so if plaintiffs wants pages 282, 349, 622, and you want 108, just combine them together. So it wouldn't be a situation where I object to you listing this one. It's like if the plaintiffs want it, put it. If the defense want it, put it.
One place. Yes, it would be under the joint exhibit list anyway.
Right, it probably would be the separate, like the next column over the sub numbers.
So a separate column for that, is what you're saying?
I mean, it might be.
We can figure it out, Judge. But I just want to make sure. So it would just be the exhibit number, neutral description, and if it's broken out in any fashion, that would also be like either underneath it or separate.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the clerk and making sure this would be helpful to them too.
I'm sorry, guys. There's a bug in my studio.
So we started working on that. We're keeping it updated with the exhibits that we're putting in. When does the court? Well, when we close, I guess, is when it'd be finished. So.
If we could have a draft Monday morning, knowing that it's not the final one.
That would be fine.
And in that way, if we need to make any type of course correction on it, we have a little time.
That's definitely doable. I guess I would ask plaintiffs' counsel if they want to get to me anything that they want to. So we just have one Excel thing. If they want to send it over, and we'll include it in that, so we're dealing with.
I would prefer to receive the defendants, and then we would add in and see what they want to do.
I don't care who does it. Let's just, if y'all could just talk. Mr. Crowell's apparently already has a list. I don't know if you have a list as well.
No, that's why I say it would be helpful for us. They've already got something on.
No, we created the first list.
Right.
Yeah, now it's back over to them.
Well, they created it. They created it. It had a lot of things on it. It had the data was admitted. It had whether there was an objection. It had rulings. We just broke it down to just name and exhibit number, and just copied it and put it in on an Excel spreadsheet.
Right. The jury's only going to get a list of anything that's been admitted. So we don't need to put objections. We don't need to put the data admitted. Was that? I guess
No,
the jury wouldn't know when we admitted it. So I don't think.
They also had like what witness talked about it. I think that's just too much. So we were just going to put date, the exhibit number, and a description.
Yeah, that's all the subcategory.
And then we put the subcategories. Correct. Okay. We'll have a draft by Monday for Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, you said you had something to discuss.
Well, two things, Judge. I'm still waiting on Fabre to know how that's going to go because
Mr. Altenburn is.
I'm sorry. I should have said that the client's given us authorization to withdraw the affirmative defense on the fault.
Okay, so the transcript's clear. The defendant has withdrawn the Fabre on affirmative defense, so that simplifies the verdict form and the jury instructions.
Okay, yeah, and that because we are working on the verdict form, and along those lines, we would move the court to allow us to prepare a worksheet for the court and defense counsel's review on the general damages, so the jury has some context within which to work out an award.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Well, I think probably the better thing for us to do is actually come up with one and show the court. I've seen it in other cases. I would like to use it here because it is a complex case over a long time, and it helps the jury work through days forward, days back, and some different methodologies, all approved by appellate law as being able to be argued. So if you've got a per diem, or you've got an hour, or you've got a per day, or you've got a per week, and then it's designed so that the jury can come up with some specific numbers, and then they can insert it as they would like to, and it's not just one methodology. But I was hoping to give them something that would allow them, the other thing is just to have them copying stuff as we put it up on a big board, but then they spend all their time writing stuff down.
Well, this jury doesn't seem to have a problem taking notes.
Yes, I stipulated.
We ended up having to go buy more notepads.
Yeah.
This jury's burning through the supply.
Yes.
Oh my God. Well, they have written a book for every single witness.
I think they've gone through 9 packs that are 5-inch thick. In any event, it doesn't matter. I do know that the defense has filed a motion to limit argument on certain of what you were just saying, so that's going to have to get figured out between now and then.
I understand, Judge. We have the case law now. We're fairly confident, and whenever the court would like to, defense would like to argue it, we can.
But I mean, I don't know if you're asking me. I'm not going to be giving the jury, here's this worksheet, and this is what you have to fill out on damage.
No,
I'm not doing that.
No, it's not coming from the court.
Well,
it just says the court doesn't give advisory opinions, neither will the defense at this time.
So
that's why I say I will come up with something, and you can all review.
Anything else, Mr. Altenburn, since you've come to this side of the bar?
Excited about that.
One other housekeeping item, and Madam Clerk, let me know if I misstep on this. There's going to be exhibits that were tendered to the clerk that were not ID'd for purposes of trying to get it in. And so the clerk's normal process is if it's never technically ID'd, it goes back to the parties. Now, obviously, if a party wishes to move something in and it gets ID'd, then it stays with the clerk for the balance, because it then has to go to the appellate court, assuming that there's any type of appeal.
can I ask clarification? Are you saying, am I understanding you correctly, that we handed the clerk, or both sides handed the clerk documents that have not been addressed in any fashion during the court?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's very typical. And here's 100 exhibits, and 25 of them are admitted into evidence. 50 of them are discussed but not admitted. Then there's another 25 that they're holding on to but really were not discussed in any way, shape, or form. And so that subset of 25 goes back. Now, I'm raising this for 2 reasons. One is to remind, if you want something that you need for appellate purposes, you need to seek to move it in and have it ID'd or whatever you need to do, because at that point the clerk then holds on to it for purposes of the record. The second thing is, right now there's a whole bunch of documents that don't meet that criteria.
Okay.
And so the clerk, I'm probably speaking on their behalf, and they will correct me if I'm wrong, probably does not want to hold the tonnage of stuff that is not yet been formally ID'd. So assuming that we finish next Wednesday, perhaps you could have people arrange with the clerk maybe on Thursday come with the dolly carts to take the tonnage of stuff that is not going to be part of the appellate record.
Understood.
And get it out.
Understood.
Yeah, it's quite a bit, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm just snickering. I'm thinking about what capacity do you...
Yes. No, we understand, Judge, and appreciate the issue, and we will take care of that.
Yeah, so maybe on Thursday, while, after all the evidence is closed, with that, I'll let y'all work it out with them.
Yeah, the timing and when that's available, that's fine.
But I remember when it came in, there were movers that came in with dollies and all of these things, and then we probably need.
I'm not doing it, so yeah, we're going to get some help.
Would it be okay, just in an abundance of caution, if we did that while the jury was deliberating?
I don't care. The clerk might care. I personally don't care.
Okay.
So that's why don't y'all just talk to them.
Okay.
But
we will. Thank you.
The reality is, though, when this trial's over, they're going to have to move on to other things, and so I don't want them to have to be up in North County doing something and then having to drive all the way down here just to meet your movers.
Judge, what I'll try to do, if court please, I'll talk to the clerk's office about that, but what I'm thinking right now is that it may be most propitious to try to target Tuesday morning or something like that and have them here and just move it in, move it out.
Well, but just as a practical issue, I have not talked to Judicial Security about when the jury is deliberating, whether we're going to allow people to sit in here or if we're going to close and lock the courtroom. So It is possible your movers are not going to be able to come in and out of the courtroom while the jury is deliberating. I have not had a discussion with security about that.
We'll work it out. Okay. Very well. If you could keep us advised about that, that would be helpful. Right.
Yeah, I will. What's any other items before we bring in the jury today? Who do we have today, actually?
The first witness is going to be Dr. Jennifer McCain. The second witness, I believe, will be Jason Baker, the finance expert for all children's.
As to the first witness, Jennifer McCain, Your Honor, we want to ensure that the testimony there does not go over and beyond the court's ruling as to experts and non-retained experts. And we want to ensure if the defense is planning on asking any type of questions along those lines that they be proffered first so that we don't have to stop the testimony in the middle of it.
Is she a retained expert?
No.
Or
neither? And she was not. Neither was she disclosed as a non-retained expert offering opinion. So she is not listed in any way to offer opinions in this case.
Tell me who she is. What's her role in this case?
She was the treating psychologist at Tampa General. I'm going to ask her what her notes are, what her opinions were based on her diagnosis and treatment of mine. That's all.
Well,
she's allowed to express her opinions about what her diagnosis was of the child.
Are you going into any sort of standard of care or anything like that?
No.
So it's based on her observations and her opinions based on what she herself saw?
Correct. And obviously the consult notes that she would have relied on.
At Tampa General, but she's not going to talk about what happened in 2016 at all?
No.
So I understand, and then it's just going to be, and I reached a diagnosis, and what is that diagnosis? And then we're not going to go into, well, did you see any signs of, or did you do this? And things outside her records is my concern. I don't want them finding a way into her speculating on things that were not part of her review at that time in that one admission in August of 2015.
Well, it sounds like Mr. Shapiro is going to be restrained, and I trust your ability to stand up and object.
I'll do my best.
I'm not sure we've heard the word objection in this case. So, but I trust your ability to do that.
I'll figure that one out.
I'm going to be covering the trial, not all the hearings
Anything
leading up
else?
to it.
Not from the defense firm.
And not from the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury.
Okay. The bug, just so you know, the bug is between 2.5 to 3 inches long. We do treat the outside of our house to prevent bugs from coming in. So generally, when a bug gets in, it's sort of barely got past the treatment.
All right, jurors entering.
And oftentimes they're very sluggish because they die because they got poisoned. For that reason, I can't have the cat trying to catch it because it may have some poison on it. But I've got this cabinet attached to the wall, and there's a little gap where it can go behind the cabinet. It's attached so it doesn't fall forward. It's like 7 layers.
Please be seated, everyone.
And it's behind it somewhere.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Judge.
I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And you have not seen any media accounts about this case. Is that correct? Correct. Thank you very much. Mr. Shapiro, your next witness, please.
Okay, I'm a bit distracted, so if something very important happened this morning, I need you guys to tell me about it. I will let you know that in the 5 years I've owned this house, which is, it's an old house, so we're constantly fighting to keep nature out. In the 5 years I've owned this house, I can count on one hand the number of times a bug appeared in my house and I did not kill it.
Why don't we have, starting with the plaintiffs, take
hands.
appearances. Ms. Lawrence. Thank you.
Ethan Shapiro, Pat Crowles, Howard Hunter, David Hughes, joined by Dr. Jenny Dolan.
And thank you, Ms. Crowles, for reminding me.
Okay, I'm going to ignore it. If you guys see it, let me know, but we'll focus on the trial here. Cat's not inside. We have too many allergies. Cup and whiskey. You guys, I'm going to focus on the court here. You guys didn't come to watch a bug. I know I'm paranoid, but I'm going to try to focus.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. We're going to come around this way. See you.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jennifer McCain.
Okay. And Dr. McCain, there's a microphone in front just to make sure that everyone can hear.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. And what's your profession?
I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist.
Okay. And where do you practice medicine?
I work at Tampa General Hospital.
In terms of your education and training, I'll just try to see if we can walk through briefly. Where did you get your undergraduate degree?
University of California, Santa Barbara.
Okay. And I hate to date people. When did you graduate?
92.
And what did you do after you graduated from college?
I went to graduate school at Long Island University.
What did you study?
Clinical psychology.
And what year did you graduate?
I did.
Yeah. What year did you graduate?
1996.
And what degree did you obtain?
A doctorate in clinical psychology.
And where did you go for work after that?
Peninsula Hospital, Beth Israel.
And what were you practicing there?
Partly that was the beginning of a fellowship, and it was neuropsychology and traumatic brain injury.
And then within the field of psychology, do you hold any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in clinical neuropsychology and recently boarded with a subspecialty in pediatric neuropsychology.
Where do you currently practice?
Tampa General Hospital.
And how long have you been at Tampa General?
A little over 16 years.
And what role, or do you have any department chairs or titles there?
I'm the vice chief of the psychology section for medical staff, and I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist.
Were there times that you served as the chief of psychology at Tampa General?
Yes.
And for what years?
Oh gosh, I don't recall off a couple of times, I think. And I think, I'm sorry, I don't know the years.
Okay.
There were 2 stints, and there were 2 years each, and this year I'm vice chief.
We're going to talk to you a little bit about, well, let me just ask you before we talk about Maya Kowalski. Do you have any specialties or subspecialties in the field of neuropsychology?
No, my work at Tampa General is focused on brain injury and trauma and pediatric rehab.
So we're going to talk about your care and treatment of Maya. Before we get there, have we ever met before?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm not that famous, though. Have we ever spoken before?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about your time with Maya Kowalski, and I'll just represent to you that Maya was a patient at Tampa General from July 31st, 2015, until about August 27th, 2015, okay? And we're going to show you some of your records, so it won't be a memory contest. Okay. Let me start with asking you, what role does psychology play in a patient like Maya who's admitted to rehab?
So psychology is part of the interdisciplinary team, which includes the physiatrist, who is the medical director of the program, a nurse practitioner, and then there's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language pathology, child life, nutrition, and I don't know if I'm forgetting it, and then the school is also involved.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about some of your treatment of Maya, and it starts at Defense Exhibit 3047-0037. And I'll focus you at the bottom. Your consult's going to be on the next page, but just for the sake of the date at the very bottom, this is your first consult. And just for the sake of time, I'll represent to you that Maya was admitted the day before.
Okay.
And we can turn the page now. So this is your first consult note. I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
And I'm sorry, is it okay if I get my reading glasses?
Yeah, please, for sure.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. At the top it says, we don't need to focus in, but it says reason for referral, rehab, and then it says referred by pediatric rehab. Would that be Dr. Kornberg to the
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kornberg would be overseeing the pediatric rehabilitation?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you about the history of present illness section. And while you're looking through that, what is a history of present illness?
It's basically the history of what brought her into rehab.
Is this the history given to you by the parents?
No, it's through the medical records.
Okay. At least in terms of what you had reviewed, about halfway down, it talks about an admission to All Children's on 7/7/15, and that she was seen by Dr. Casadante, neurology at All Children's. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that have been something that you saw in the review of past medical records?
Yes.
And then at the bottom of this, it looks like that you had a conversation with Mr. Kowalski. Is that right?
You mean part of the evaluation?
Yeah, it says that the family had told you the father reported a second opinion in Chicago. Do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you a little bit about your what you noted later on this note at page 0040. At the top it says family historian dad. From looking at your note, would it be fair to say that it was just dad that was with Maya at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go down a little bit to your assessment of current neurocognitive and behavioral emotional status. And just take a moment to read it, and I'll ask you a couple of questions on this section.
Screenshot. There's a second to grab that.
Okay.
Okay. You're charting in the first sentence about when you entered the room, Maya was coloring and the mood was
Euthymic? Euthymic. It's neutral, meaning there was no evidence of depression.
In reviewing this, when you saw Maya on July 31st, 2015, did Maya report to you any incidences of pain?
I don't independently recall. It's whatever is in my notes.
At least according to what you wrote here in terms of your assessment, is there any indication that Maya was having any pain?
No.
At the bottom, you talked about introducing the role of hospital homebound school. What is that?
Hospital homebound school is a program for children who are unable to attend school either for a medical reason, and they have to be at least in the state of Florida, they have to be absent for 15 continuous days before they qualify.
And then if we scroll down a little bit under the treatment plan and the family goals, I wanted to ask you about a couple of these interventions. It says cognitive restructuring. What does that mean?
Just really looking at the way people think and how they may not, the thoughts may not be rational.
Is that something that you planned on working on with Maya?
It was one of the plans, yes.
And then on the bottom, family goals, there's a sentence that says family will be able to accept patients' medical condition, disability. What are you referring to there, doctor?
That family will be able just to accept and understand whatever diagnosis that she has.
Okay. I'm going to take you to your next note, which is at 3047-0372. This would be about 5 days later. And we can scroll to the bottom of the page where your note starts. You can take a moment to read the session note, and then I'll ask you a couple questions if you don't mind.
So 60 minutes. 4 times 60 minutes. Team consultation with physical therapy. Met with Maya. I guess we don't get to read it. I'll have to screenshot it. The objection counter in the bottom.
At the top,
that's where we're at so far.
That you met with team consultation with physical therapy. What's the goal of meeting with physical therapy at the same time?
A lot of times when a child has difficulties or behavioral issues in therapy, we often do something called co-treatment, where we work together to try to figure out the best way to address those behaviors.
About halfway down the first paragraph, you had noted during physical therapy, Maya was calm. And in the second sentence, you noted that, however, when discussion turned to her brother, Mom, who she states is always working and is always on her computer, she became increasingly whiny and flopped on the bed.
Objection, reading medical records.
Okay. If you look at that second sentence where you just discussed your conversation with Maya, what was the significance of recording that?
The significance was looking at how drastically the behavior changed when the topic was switched to an issue related to her family.
When you put in quotations something like is always working and is always on her computer, is that to reflect whether that came from Maya?
Yes.
We'll see Whitney cross some witnesses. He's crossed a few
During
already.
this session, you recorded that Maya had complained of pain everywhere. Were you able to elicit responses from Maya as to where the pain was?
According to my notes, it said she only said that her stomach hurt, or did not hurt, I'm sorry, and rated her head pain as 8 or 9 out of 10.
Did you make any notations of how Maya did once she was returned to her wheelchair?
Yes, she was able to sit up straight and seemed happy and was not complaining of pain or discomfort.
Did you have a conversation with Maya about whether she was making improvements?
Yes, I did.
And what was that discussion?
We were really trying to focus on improvements, and she was having a hard time appreciating her improvements.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Kowalski about his observations of Maya's behavior?
I'm not sure if it was a conversation, but I did document that he understands that the behavior is filled with exaggerations.
And then at the end, you noted that you wanted to meet with Mom. Why is that?
I'd like to meet with everyone in the family.
A couple other words that I'm not sure what they mean, so I'll see if you can help me. In the section of mood, what is dysphoric?
That just means sad.
And what is labile?
Where emotions are very, a person can cry very easily, kind of like at the drop of a hat. Sometimes it's in relation to something stressful, and sometimes it could not be.
Let's turn to the next page. It's 373, please. I'll take you to the end of your note. In terms of the interventions, what do you mean by behavioral management?
I think in that case, it would be related to giving positive reinforcement for behavior that is not exaggerated, and ignoring behavior that is exaggerated.
Do you mean from working with the parents to make sure they're rewarding the behavior that you think is going to help Maya progress?
Correct.
And in terms of cognitive restructuring, what do you mean by that?
It's just a term used to look at the way a person's thinking about things and think if it's something that's rational and it's realistic, and if it's something that's hurting them.
In the next sentence, you talk about a concept called behavior dysregulation. What is that?
I think it's just again a general term for inability to regulate your behavior.
Let's talk about your third visit, which starts at 0349. And again, the way this prints your note just starts at the very bottom. And notes that you saw Maya 2 days later on August 6th. So we'll go to the next page, 0350. And did you have a chance to meet with Mrs. Kowalski on this day?
Yes, I did.
Okay, take a moment to read your note about this, and then I'll have a couple questions for you.
This doctor's testimony so far has been consistent with many other doctors and nurses from the hospital that Maya had inconsistent presentation of symptoms. Constant
As of this
expression
third
of pain.
visit, you made a comment that the Maya's presentation was highly indicative of conversion disorder. What did you mean by that, doctor?
Well, conversion disorder is where you have a presentation of neurological symptoms, primarily something related to motor, which is if you're weak in sensation, that cannot be explained by a neurological disorder.
Did you provide Mrs. Kowalski with any educational written material?
Yes, I did.
Is that standard handouts that you have in your practice?
Yes.
In your practice, in your experience, have you treated conversion disorder in the past?
Yes.
In your practice and experience at Tampa General, had you treated children with CRPS in the past?
Maybe 1 or 2.
And when you had this discussion with Mom about conversion disorder, what was her reaction, at least according to your note?
According to the note, that she verbalized similar observations and appeared to be accepting of this diagnosis.
And I should have asked, you do have some recollection independent of Maya Kowalski, is that fair?
I mean, very general.
Okay. Let's talk to you about your fourth visit, which is at 0282.
She read that right from her report. It was word for word in that report.
And the note is at August 11th, so this is about 5 days later. If you can take a look at your session description, and I'll ask you a couple questions.
So I think she spent a few hours over several
According to your note, at this point, it was Mr. Kowalski with Maya, not Mrs. Kowalski. Is that fair?
Yes.
How is Maya doing on this day in terms of her pain?
I'm sorry, no, it says I met with Maya individually that day.
Okay.
Dad must have come in at the very end, though, because there's a note at the end.
So when you initially went to meet with Maya, she was on her own?
I'm sorry, I can't tell from the note.
When you had a chance to meet, it looks like you met with Maya while she was in her wheelchair. During that initial meeting, did Maya express to you any signs of pain?
No, she did not.
You noted that she was putting together a scrapbook. Why was that significant to you?
That was significant because she had often complained of weakness in her hands and not being able to do those types of tasks.
Did that represent improvement to you?
Yes, it did.
You have a conversation in the next sentence about Maya raising concerns about not going to school. What was your response to that?
I told her that she would be able to return to school because of her progress.
You noted that Maya was open in discussing family dynamics. Let me ask you a question about that. Is your discussion of family dynamics something that you typically do with children who are undergoing psychological care for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because a lot of times there's family dynamics that are contributing to the current presentation.
What did Maya tell you when discussing the family dynamics?
That she wanted to spend more time with Mom, and Mom was working a lot.
And it looks like you asked Maya to be able to share that with Mr. Kowalski?
Yes.
And Maya agreed?
Correct.
And did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Kowalski about this?
Yes, I did.
And what did, in your conversation with Mr. Kowalski, did he convey to you what his observations were of the interactions between Maya and Mrs. Kowalski?
He indicated that Mom worked a lot and had decreased interactions and time with the family, and that he was the primary caretaker.
And did Mr. Kowalski express any opinions to you about his thoughts on outpatient treatment?
Yes, he agreed with it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about your next visit, the fifth visit, which starts at 0248. And again, this one starts at the very bottom, but we'll move to the next page. And this is the next day. You had previously been on 812. So let's look at your note from 813, and I'll let you read your session. And then I'll have a couple questions for you.
I think the hospital's trying to say that the inconsistency was from moment to moment.
Okay.
We'll talk about it more in a minute.
In your opinion, after having this session, did it appear that some of Maya's behaviors were trying to get the attention of her mother?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that significant to you as a neuropsychologist?
That's significant because that appears to be one of the issues that's contributing to her disability.
When a little later down in the note, it looks like you had a conversation with Mrs. Kowalski about conversion disorder.
Yes.
And what was her response?
That she did not agree with the diagnosis.
Do you remember anything further about that conversation that you had with Mrs. Kowalski?
I don't.
And then at the end of your note, you documented a difference in Maya's reaction when you were there and when you left. Is that true?
Correct.
And how were you able to make those observations?
How was I able to make that?
Yeah, so just describe how that happens in general. If you
So when we were talking about going home, and Maya was very upset, and when this happened, we were all trying to ignore her behavior, and she was continuing to cry, but when I went up to leave, her behavior stopped immediately.
We were all trying to ignore her behavior?
Let me ask you about your sixth visit, which starts at 0233. This would be the next day as well. And let me just ask you, is this a typical cycle where you're meeting with family and children every day through the course of rehab, or is this a little more frequent, if you know?
It really depends on the diagnosis and the needs of the family and the patient.
Were Maya's psychological needs from your perspective at this time more intensive?
Yes.
Let me ask you about your session note. And let me know when you've had a chance to read the first part, and then we'll turn to the second page, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
And Clay, if you can go to the next page, and I'll let you read the top, and then I'll go back to the first set of questions. Okay. So let's go back to the previous page, Clay, at 0233. And then this is the sixth visit. You had a meeting with Mom, is that correct?
Correct.
And why do you note that you are observing Maya in physical therapy? Why would you be doing that?
To see what her progress was like, see if there was any inconsistent behaviors.
And then in the next sentence, you note a conversation about consideration of functional neurologic system disorder. What is that?
That's just a term that's used sometimes interchangeably with conversion disorder.
And do you have a recall of how this discussion went?
No, I don't.
According to your note, does it appear to you that Mom showed some resistance but openness to this diagnosis?
She wanted to wait until the neurology consult had been complete before considering it.
And what would be the importance of a neurology consult in that regard, from your perspective?
To rule out any organic neurological disorders.
And just at the bottom, it looks like you were taking a well-earned vacation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then let me show you what's 0029. And in fact, Clay, we might want to start at 0028 for a moment. Thank you. Do you know who Dr. Maria
Garone, yes.
Garone, yeah. I'm going to botch it, so why don't you pronounce it for me? Dr. Garone?
Yes.
Who is she?
She's a pediatric neurologist.
And was this the neurology consult that, would this neurology consult be something that you would review in your course of practice?
Yes.
And it appears this neurology consult, when you had seen Maya last and discussed this potential, was August 14th, so this would be 3 days later. I'm going to ask Clay to go to the next page, 0029. What part of the note would you review? Would it be the impressions, the plan?
I mean, essentially, I look at the entire consult note.
From your standpoint as a neuropsychologist treating Maya, what was the significance of your review of this neurology consult?
Infliction calls for comment on another physician outside the range of the qualifications and without foundation, right? Getting beyond the scope as to the prior court order.
Anderson.
Did this neurology consult inform your future care of Maya?
It helped to inform my future care, yes.
And how?
Because Dr. Garone could not find a neurological explanation for her symptoms.
Let's ask you about the next note at 0108. And this would be the 7th visit. Looks like you're back from vacation. Take a moment to read your note, and then I'll have a couple of questions for you.
Can someone confirm the dates this is happening? 2015. This is going to be pre-Johns Hopkins, right? Or at least pre the incidents that is relevant to the central tenets of this case.
Did Maya express any pain to you during this session?
She's from Tampa.
I don't see that she expressed pain, no.
You documented some discussion with Maya about her school, and why did you do so?
Because she was getting discharged and we were talking about returning to school.
And at least from your standpoint as a treating neuropsychologist, was it your opinion that Maya would be able to return to school?
Yes.
Did you chart or recall what Maya's reaction to that was?
She initially said she wasn't worried about missing school, but she also did not appear motivated to return to school or work on some of her schoolwork while she was in the hospital.
In the second, towards the bottom of the paragraph, you discussed family discord and its contribution to the symptom profile. What are you referring to as family discord?
I don't know. I mean, I would assume it was based on, some of her...
Objection, speculation, without foundation, predicate.
In your experience as a treating neuropsychologist, how does family discord in general contribute to a symptom profile?
Same objection is directed towards.
Madam Court Reporter, can I have that question again, please?
Question. In your experience as a treating neuropsychologist, how does family discord in general contribute to a symptom?
Sustained.
No,
you gotta wait for the next question.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask you about your next note, which is at 0056. It's titled Psychology Service Discharge Summary. Why do you prepare a note such as this?
Just to summarize the visit and what the discharge plan is.
And are these diagnoses listed here? Well, let me just back up for a moment and establish the date. This would have been done on the date of Maya's discharge, is that right?
Presumably.
Okay. Well, your note is dated the August 27th, date of discharge is listed as the 27th.
Okay.
At least would be your intention to file
Correct.
the most current report. Okay. You have some diagnoses here. What is diagnosis number 4?
Psychological factor affecting physical condition.
And what does that mean?
That someone is having a physical condition that there's some kind of psychological contribution.
In terms of, at the bottom it says, if you could scroll down a little bit, barriers to community reintegration include caregivers' job obligations. What were you referring to there?
I don't know, just job obligations that might interfere with them being able to carry out the discharge plan.
Let me ask you about some of your observations on page 0057. You can take a moment to read it. I'll have a couple of questions when you're done.
Okay.
You had made some recommendations to the Kowalskis for future care?
Correct.
And what were those?
To follow up with mental health after discharge.
And why did you believe that was medically necessary in your opinion?
Because in treatment of conversion disorder, that is the treatment of choice.
And in terms of referral information, did you provide specific information as to where the family could seek those services?
Yes, I did.
In the part about meeting with Maya prior to discharge, what were your observations?
That she was very anxious about going home.
And she wanted to go home, or she wanted, what was your impression?
That she was just more anxious than usual about going home.
And you had a discussion about feedback about recovery and focus on return to school. What would that conversation entail?
Just about the importance of returning to school, and she might need some accommodations upon return.
When you last saw Maya on August 27th, was it your opinion from a neuropsychological standpoint that she'd be able to return to school?
Yes.
Let me ask you about document 3047 at 0014. I'll represent to you, this is the comprehensive discharge summary, and you're welcome to read the whole thing. I was just going to ask you about your contribution to it.
Okay.
When the discharge summary, and in this case I'll represent to you, is prepared by Dr. Kornberg and his nurse practitioner, okay, do they ask for your input, or is this pulled over? How does this process work?
That's pulled over. Every week we have rehab staffings where we provide updates about how the person is doing. So it looks like this was pulled from that.
And tell me a little bit about those meetings. Are those weekly meetings at Tampa General where you discuss patients?
Yes.
Is that an interdisciplinary team meeting?
It is.
I'm going to ask you about your last interaction, which is at 0051. Looks like after discharge you followed up with Mrs. Kowalski. Take a moment to read the note.
Okay.
What were you charting in terms of this note?
About Maya's return to school.
And as of that time, from your standpoint as a neuropsychologist, you believe Maya was ready to return to school?
Yes.
Come on. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Plaintiffs.
Hi, I'm the Kowalski's lawyer. So, you're at Tampa General. Is that the largest hospital in the Bay Area?
I don't know.
Is it one of them?
I'm sure it is.
How about Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital? Is that one of the largest in the Bay Area?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that psychology is not exactly an exact science?
Yes, I would agree.
All right. And let's look at 3047-0056. I wanted to go over exactly what the discharge notice stated. 3047-0056. Just up. Okay. Under diagnoses there, do you see it?
Yes.
What are the diagnoses?
History of steroid-induced myopathy, myalgia and myositis, quadriparesis, and psychological factor affecting physical condition.
Okay. Do you see the diagnosis of conversion on there?
No, I don't.
With a child, in fact, anyone in extreme pain, would you agree with me that there is always a psychological overlay to some extent?
Probably.
And so, did it also come to your attention that after discharge you recommend they follow up with, mental health care counseling, that they did in fact follow up with Eagle's Wings in Venice?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did you ever determine whether they followed up with either of your recommendations or whether they went to another place, in this case, Eagle's Wings Psychology in Venice?
Okay, no.
If they did, then that would be following up with what you recommended.
Correct.
How many, just out of curiosity, about how many sessions per week, in your experience? Now, you weren't board certified in pediatrics at the time Maya was in, is that right?
Pediatric neuropsychology, correct. That was not an option at that point. That was a new board.
But you are now, is my point.
Correct.
All right. And so the reason I ask that is just your experience about how often in an inpatient setting, to be really effective, should a psychologist meet with the child. And I say that noting that I think you met like 5 times or over 5 hours in 2 weeks. So I just wanted to get an idea of how often, to get a good result, a psychologist, psychotherapist should meet with the child.
Your Honor, I object based on, I guess I'll just briefly correspondence.
Quick objection here and an approach. So Dr. McCain, she has seen Maya prior to her CRPS diagnosis. And unlike many other doctors prior to her diagnosis, they couldn't really figure out what was going on. They saw some some things that were inconsistent with what they thought should be happening with other conditions. And so this matches up basically what the hospital did. The difference is the hospital did this after they were told she had CRPS, and this doctor did it before. Let's see. She says they had inconsistent presentation of abilities, consistent expressions of pain. She says she was looking for progress and inconsistent behaviors. They're trying to rule things out, rule out psychological disorders. This particular witness has zero personal recollection of this event. Nothing. I mean, like blank slate, nothing. She can't remember. I don't think she would even be able to identify Maya from a picture. She has nothing. And so everything, all the questioning from both sides has basically been in reference to her report, because that's all they can have to go on. Welcome, Janet. Thank you so much for
joining us. I just want, let's just...
Megan, thank you for the gifted membership.
Are we correct that you met Maya and or her parents for 5 hours plus over 2 weeks?
If that's what it says in the chart, yes, that's correct.
Not a memory test. I was just wondering, does that sound about like what you were doing?
That, sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that it's not exactly rare for a child, a 9-year-old girl in this case, to want to spend more time with her mother?
Yes.
That's pretty common, isn't it?
Correct.
And it would not be unusual for a 9-year-old child to be more expressive about their pain, their emotions, how they're feeling with a parent as opposed to a stranger.
Not necessarily, no.
I see. So you do not agree that children tend to open up more to their parents than they do to someone they don't know well at all?
No, I don't agree with that.
You think that they would just... But in that instance, aren't you talking about children with grave psychiatric problems or issues? You're not talking about a normal 9-year-old, are you?
I don't know what a normal 9-year-old is, but a lot of times children have a easier time opening up to people who are objective and outside of the family.
Okay. But in this case, you felt that she was opening up more to her parents than you.
I don't recall that, no. I don't know if that was part of my notes.
That when the parents left, she became much more quiet and much less expressive, I think is what you testified to, right?
Actually, that changed. I think at one point she was happy when they were gone.
Okay. Through this period of time, did it come to your attention that Maya found her therapy to be incredibly painful?
I don't know about, I would say distressing. I'm not sure about painful.
All right. Well, let's look at Exhibit 2529-35. What are those on her feet?
Those are braces.
Corrective boots?
I don't know the exact term.
Does that look like a happy child to you?
I can't speculate from a picture.
You're a pediatric neuropsychologist, and you can't tell us from this photograph whether that child doesn't look distressed, concerned, in pain?
She could.
Otherwise negative?
She could.
All right. And so a child in pain is, for instance, you said that what was significant to you was that you saw her during a physical therapy session, and it was significant when she returned to the wheelchair, she stopped complaining, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is it just possible that she stopped complaining because she stopped the physical therapy that was hurting her?
It seemed to me it was more related to the discussion that was happening.
I see. So that child right there, the simple fact that no one's hurting her anymore, that had no effect on your opinion?
Not that it didn't have any effect, no.
All right. And you would agree with me that Maya tried as hard as she could in these physical therapy sessions from everything you saw and heard?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, please?
That Maya tried as hard as she could in these physical therapy sessions from everything that you saw coming in on some of them and read.
I haven't read any of the physical therapy notes. I apologize, so I can't comment on that.
So you don't know one
So
way
I
or
don't
the other?
know.
Fair enough. All right. And so at that point, you said there was a consult from Dr. Giron. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Garon, her, yes. She.
Okay. And is he a pediatric neurologist, or is he a neurologist? What is he?
She is a pediatric neurologist.
I didn't know. She's what?
Yes, she is a pediatric neurologist.
Okay. How long did she spend, if you recall?
I don't know.
From that note, did you see where she did a differential diagnosis to rule out any other possibilities?
I'm sorry, I don't have that note in front of me, so I have no idea what's in that note.
I don't know if you've got that to pull up real quick. We do very... No, it's okay.
No, we don't.
All right.
Catch that.
Okay. And just to make sure we're clear here, your contact with the Kowalskis was approximately, it was in August of 2015?
Correct.
So if she went into Johns Hopkins All Children's for the visit in question here, that would be 14 months before? She went in October of 2016.
Oh, you mean, and she was in Tampa General 14 months before?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And throughout the time that you dealt with the Kowalskis, they were cooperative. Not Maya, but Jack and Beata.
Correct.
And they were accepting of your diagnoses for the most part, were they not?
Mom had trouble accepting the diagnosis.
Initially, she agreed, and then she came back and said, I'm concerned this may not be correct, right?
Correct.
So, as far as you saw, they were perfectly normal, concerned parents.
Again, I don't like to use the word normal, but they did seem to be concerned, yes.
And they were not displaying any aberrant behavior or anything that caused you any concern that there was a psychosis or a psychological problem going on with either one of them?
Okay, so this question is tricky because you've got a psychologist. What, is she a psychiatrist or psychologist? I'm not sure which one she is, but the question has to do with the parents and seeing if there was anything wrong with them. This answer could speak to whether or not she saw anything in Beata that might be indicative of Munchausen by proxy, and I bet she would say no. Here is going to be the answer. So, Mr. Shapiro jumping up. She's a neuropsychologist. Okay, thank you, Kaylee, and many others. Thank you. But Mr. Shapiro jumping up here is trying to avert this testimony coming in that says that basically there was nothing wrong that this neuropsychologist could see in Beata after meeting with them for several hours. Be Kind Tiger, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Bug Dugger as well, 5 more memberships as well. Thank you very much. And we also, let's see, Bug Dugger, Be Kind Tiger, and there it is. Kidda, is it Kidda Smith? Why do they always look at the defense? In this case, I think she looked at the defense because Mr. Shapiro was standing up, and he heard where the line of question was going, and he anticipated the next question. So he could see it's like thinking ahead in chess, and knowing that there's a move coming up that's going to be very that you have to do a certain thing for. And so he was just, according to Zoom when I was watching, he was just standing up to preface that objection. And so that's why she probably glanced over. She doesn't come across as coach. She really has no recollection, for the most part, about anything that happened here. And maybe that might be what Mr. Shapiro's saying to the judge. You're asking her to, he's asking her to recall things where she said over and over she has no personal recollection of these events, just what's in the notes. And if it's not in the notes, she can't testify to it. But other witnesses, we have seen other witnesses who glanced at the defense a lot in their testimony for several reasons. Either the objections came so fast, hot and heavy, that they always just expected another objection, or they were panicking, saying, "Help! What do I do?" And their eyes are looking to their support.
Last question. Did you ever receive, and I don't know, maybe it's the first time you're aware that Maya Kowalski went back in patient at a hospital at Johns Hopkins in October of 2016, and that come to your attention before this?
No, I wasn't aware.
Well, let me just ask you, did you ever receive, or do you notes reveal, that Dr. Kastenstein there ever called you about your experience with Maya?
Same objection.
That question's allowed. You can answer that.
I have no independent recollection of speaking with her, no.
Thank you.
Brief redirect, Your Honor?
Yes.
Clay, can you put back up 3047-0029? You were asking questions, Doctor, about Dr. Geron's pediatric neurology and whether there were differentials. Take a look at that for a moment from your perspective as a neuropsychologist. And I was going to direct your attention to the plan. Do you know what an EMG nerve conduction study is?
I know of it. I don't know the specifics, though.
Okay. At least according to your review of this report, Dr. Geron continued to try to do evaluations going forward to see if there would be evidence of a physical neurologic condition.
Objection leading. Overruled.
Correct.
And Dr. Geron spent, at least according to her note, an hour, if you look at the bottom, Clay.
Okay.
An hour going through records, including prior records. True?
Correct.
Let me ask you about a note that Mr. Anderson asked you about. We'll put it up so you can review it again. It's at 0372. And you can read it again, because I have a question for you. Mr. Anderson asked you about whether the pain was from physical therapy or the pain was from something else. So take a moment to read it, and then I'll ask you the question.
Okay.
From your review of the note, did it appear that Maya was having pain from therapy, or did the pain come out of the blue from some other source?
It seemed to come out of the blue.
And then lastly, you were asked about whether there was a discharge diagnosis. And again, for planning for discharge, can you explain to this jury, you're sitting down with the interdisciplinary team to come up with a diagnosis altogether? Is that how this works?
No, the diagnoses, I don't know if Dr. Kornberg enters them, but every diagnosis entered is included in that list.
Okay. Do you contribute your thoughts directly to Dr. Kornberg so he can have the benefit of your neuropsychological impressions?
Yes.
Let me show you what's in evidence as same chart, Clay, but at 0010. You were asked a question. We'll represent to you this is Dr. Kornberg's discharge diagnosis. You were asked a question whether conversion disorder or psychological factors were part of the discharge. Take a moment to read this, please.
Okay.
Was your suspicion of conversion disorder included in the potential discharge diagnoses of Maya?
Yes, it was.
Thank you for your time.
Dr. Kornberg, a neuropsychologist?
No, he's not.
So, we have here, Maya had an apparently inexplicable source of pain at times. Is that true?
Yes.
Anything further, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you.
Members of the jury.
looks like just a few questions that might be done just at
We'll just stay
the
here.
sidebar. So we're not going to hear these questions unless they get approved by the attorneys and the judge. Interesting. So she didn't include it in her report, but someone else who was not a neuropsychologist included a possibility or suspicion of conversion disorder versus factitious disorder in the discharge notes for Maya at that point. So that was a good little point by Shapiro, sort of blocked a little bit by Anderson's brief response, but it's not. I don't think everything in the case turns on this testimony. All right. We're good. I don't have any updates for you about anything in my studio right now. All right. Let's see. We've got 5 up there. The only person I don't see is Mr. Hughes. I'm up there from the defense. But no Zoom sidebar treats. Not right now. For us to be able to do that, the judge has to excuse the jury and the witness. And then when the audio guys who just turn it off because because the judge is standing apparently, but the judge in the courtroom, he keeps the mics on. Everybody in the courtroom can hear. Jules out there, anyone who's the public can hear that. Because of that, we're able to provide that. We just are present over Zoom instead of in the courtroom. Any news on the guy from Maine? No, we did hear that last night the police had surrounded his house after a couple days of searching and surrounded his house and were yelling through megaphones, "We know you're in there, come on out," so nobody gets hurt. And they used some flashbangs and went in, and he was not there. So some people are saying, yes, just another proof that police can lie to you, and they will. they didn't know.
Dr. McCain, the jury has a
gamble.
couple questions.
Turned out to not be right.
Ask those questions to you.
Okay.
In your testimony, you've used the phrase similar to, quote, psychological contribution, end quote. Should I interpret this to mean there is a mental component, but there is also a physical component, or does your phrase psychological contribution mean there is no physical component?
That's a hard question to there's a physical component because there are physical symptoms and those symptoms are real, but we cannot find a physical diagnosis to explain those symptoms. But they continue to be real, but the what is fueling those symptoms are psychological factors.
You said you don't know what a, quote, normal child is, end quote. With your training, years of practice, fellowship, and board certifications, could you possibly agree that there are certain, quote, norms, end quote, that can or should be used in evaluating what is, quote, normal, end quote, behavior, in this case for a child raised in Maya's social economic family unit?
Yes.
Let me continue. I think it kind of goes on. We don't have a general, quote, baseline, end quote, to use. And if you don't know what a normal child is, how do you know when a child is abnormal or in need of your services?
And I think there are certain situations where you have normal, like for instance IQ. You have, you have what is considered normal performance, and you have aberrations of that. I think in terms of behavior, you have norms. But I just think generally, I'm talking about what is normal to a child. Every child is so different. I think that's what I was referring to.
Mr. Shapiro, do you have any follow-up?
Just briefly, if we can go back to 0372. You can take out the bottom part of the page for her now. You were asked about psychological factors. Was part of your assessment of that based on the inconsistencies that you saw in Maya's presentation?
Yes.
And in terms of her behavior and your observation of some of it being exaggerated, what was the significance to you of Mr. Kowalski also seeing that behavior?
Because in a condition like this, the more that the parents and caregivers understand what's going on, the more appropriate support they can give to help with progress.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, any further questions?
I'm going to show you a clip here. 2 questions. The first one is, have you seen this before? And I'm not going to show the whole clip. I've seen it many times, but I just wanted to show you a little bit here. The second question is, does it appear that this child is trying as hard as she can?
She might be.
Good. That was good. Can you press up a little bit for me?
That's Marissa Higgins?
Yes.
Giddy up, Pussy. Go. There you go. Come on, Randy. Come on, you're doing it. Toes forward. Toes forward. There you go. All right. Come on, Lefty.
Come on. Move it. It's not coming. What's it?
You got it. You got it. Talk it to it. Come on, you gotta talk it out. You got it. You got it. Nice and tall. Nice and tall. Spank the horsey on the butt. There you go. There she is. Nice job. Sorry, Maya. Trying to get the best position here. There you go. You got it.
Go. You can read it right after I see it.
Okay.
Toes forward. Toes forward.
She says,
There you go.
you delete it right after I see it.
All right.
That's to her mom about this video.
There we go, Maya.
She's, even in this video, trying to be modest.
We got 5 more feet. Here we go. Come on. Come on, Maya. Rock forward there.
You still think this is conversion disorder?
Based on my experience with her, yes.
Anything further, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any further questions?
That's this witness saying, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is fake. That's what the witness is saying when she says, when he says, do you still think this is conversion disorder? And yes. Look at that look from Mr. Anderson. And she can't keep eye contact. Whoa. Oh my goodness, her eyes are all over the place. Her eyes are all over the place. That is incredible. And Mr. Anderson. Whoa. That is amazing. Okay, so the jury is writing notes right now. Or questions. So we're waiting for the bailiff to go pick them up. Some of these juror questions have been quite lengthy. They're almost narrative in their style of the question. And because the brief cross back and forth, it probably triggered something that they want to, they might be flipping through notebooks trying to reference something else to include in their question as well. Yeah, Anderson was not happy with that answer, and this witness knows it, and I think this witness isn't comfortable giving that answer. I believe she's sticking with her notes because she has no personal recollection, no independent recollection of what occurred there other than what's in her notes. So she's sticking with what she said before, but she's been confronted with evidence that makes it very awkward and difficult to do that. So props to her for being consistent, but at the same time, the jury can see this. This is played out right in front of them. Dee Dee had very similar issues: emo unstable, sudden muscle floppy, insomnia, Doesn't respond to opioids or PT. Napalm to all conditions. No one checked Maya for one diagnosis. I think the DX is diagnosis, right? Am I getting that right? Nathan C. Mr. Anderson looks like Harrison Ford when he scowls. Yeah, he's got that look. He really does. Megan says, does she truly believe her own answer? It appears not so. She does. I will say I believe she is testifying consistently to what she wrote down, and that she's being true to her reporting. But yeah, that was a difficult answer because I think she saw something in that video that maybe was different than what she saw in her visits. And so when she says consistent with what I observed, yes, that's like, well, I saw yes, but that to me would also open up to say that had I seen this, I would say no. Man, good stuff. Mr. Anderson, I've not seen him look like this the whole trial. Selena, yeah, that was a smoldering look. Couple more questions here. They're probably going to be a bit lengthy, so it'll take a bit of time to hash through it. Some of the jurors don't have the best handwriting, and the judge has struggled. The judge is not as good at reading some of the handwriting as the lawyers are. The attorneys, who probably have, all these attorneys have some experience reading doctor's notes. So if you can read a doctor's note, you can probably read anything a jurist will write, or a juror, and so they have to sort of decipher things for the judge occasionally. He'll read what he can and underline a line and then hand it to them, and they'll tell him what it actually says. Ella Cole says you can literally feel Anderson's daddy-like anger towards witnesses. He's definitely close to this family. He's fighting for them like they're his own. Jay Lang, I don't believe she believes her own answer. Ava says the same thing. Who had this a little key for me? Yes, diagnosis is DX, TX is treatment. I'm learning a little bit, little miss. I'm learning all these newfangled abbreviations from the doctor world. He's disgusted with the witness's lack of care and concern. She could have said, this appears very real. Yeah, she could have. At the same time, it would be opposite to basically the intent of all her stated testimony and reporting. All her reporting before was that what she was seeing in the visits with Maya and her family was not consistent with what she thought should be happening. That the behavior was inconsistent. Her abilities were inconsistent. The expressions of pain were, her tummy's the only thing that doesn't hurt. Her head is 8 out of 10, but other than that, there's no crying, there's no sobbing, there's no what she would expect to see with a child in that much pain, and so she's staying consistent to her report, but then she's presented with something, and this is, in a near, I don't know the time frame of that video, but it's in I think a similar time frame, and this is different than what she saw. But she stuck to her guns. Selena says, so happy to be an addict. Love y'all. And great big hugs. I make sure it says hugs, not great big bugs. But man, we'll have to, the bug will be featured prominently on tonight's podcast show, I think. That's what's going to happen. This spray is not leaving my desk until we fix the situation. Is the idea that they're trying hard mean no conversion disorder? That's not true. Physical symptoms of CD are real. I think the Anderson, lots of hand motions from the judge. Well, it looks like we're done. Well, we'll talk a little bit more here in just a minute. We're going to be back and hear the questions.
Members of the jury, I'm not going to be able to ask the question that was asked, but I'm going to allow the attorneys to ask additional questions. Mr. Shapiro, did you have any other questions?
Not at this time, no.
Mr. Anderson?
Did you have the opportunity to review any of the therapist's notes for that clip there, for that time?
No, I was not.
So you can't tell us one way or the other what was noted in there as to whether it was consistent or not with your therapy?
Correct.
Just one question, Your Honor.
Sure.
and I don't need to pull up your notes, Dr. McKean, but you actually took it upon yourself to personally observe Maya in therapy more than once. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the jury? Okay. Got another juror coming.
One more. This juror is going to get this question, and this is probably the third time this juror has asked a question in this round. They're trying to word it in a way that they can come through. It should just be one question, so it should be pretty quick. New slogan: hugs, not bugs. Thank you very much, BG. I was with my kids a couple weeks ago. They were doing a volunteering at Mr. Beast Philanthropy, one of his food bank. We were packing boxes for families, and Mr. Beast has on the wall up there a huge sign that says "People, not politics." I'm like, so close. He spelled pickles wrong, but it was cool to see. Hugs, not bugs. That works as well. She seems to be sticking to the defense narrative. I wouldn't say defense narrative. I don't think this is like a coached witness. This is someone who saw Maya and the family prior to her involvement at Johns Hopkins All Children's, and she reported in her notes way back then what she saw, and that what she was confused of, and how the presentation didn't add up to her, and she's testified consistent with that. But that video, I think she's uncomfortable with. Isabella M. says, do you think the hospital or the attorneys monitor the internet to see what the general public is thinking about these ridiculous answers? I would say that we have seen in other trials that I'm not sure if the attorneys themselves or people on the team or people close to the team are mindful and aware of things like that, because we've seen information that has been presented through social media of coverage of a trial that has found its way into a trial very quickly, very rapidly. So I don't think Mr. Anderson has the time to go back and watch court TV and Law and Crime and all Tampa general.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to ask that question.
He tried over and over.
I think we have now completed, unless there's any other question from anybody. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
And released from any subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the jury, this is probably a good time for us to take a morning stretch break. We'll try to keep it between 5 and 10 minutes. I'm learning. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exited.
Nancy, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for your support. Maya has not been here since, was it Tuesday she was here? She started the morning, and then we had that some testimony that
the jury
she was very uncomfortable with, and then she left.
Before we go on our break, Mr. Hunter.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
What? Don't approach. Don't approach. The jury's gone. The witnesses are gone. That was quick. Okay, so whatever it was very fast. Judges left the bench. All right, a couple questions here. Question: am I right to say the hospital is saying all the CRPS experts are wrong? Gerda, here's what we've gathered from the hospital's position. They believe that they were dealing with Munchausen by proxy, and that Maya did not have CRPS, and that the actions they took in the hospital as far as treatment were appropriate based on the situation that was at play, or at least reasonable, and would not fall outside the standard of care based on the conclusions that their doctors and nurses came to. Molly Pittman says, conversion disorder doesn't mean fake. I think that needs to be realized. It means there isn't a physical creation. It's created within the head. She said the pain is still real. The pain's real, but it has a psychological source, right? And the hospital, when they're dealing with this, they're saying the way to resolve this is through physical therapy, where we're going to have you exercise, push through the pain, work through it, and see that you can do it, and then the pain will go away. That we've heard that from a couple different witnesses, physical therapists that have testified to that. Whereas the family, the treatment they went to with the ketamine, especially with the ketamine coma, they said because this is it's a problem. It starts in the brain, right? Neurological type issue. We're going to do a ketamine reset. We're gonna shut the system down. It's doing a reboot, right, on the body. We're turning it off and turning it back on again from a neurological standpoint with the ketamine coma, and trying to reset those connections that seem to be firing wrong and causing the pain. Hospital didn't like that treatment at all. Donna, I honestly believe many of them still to this day, with all the evidence that's been presented, would tell you that they 100% stand behind the treatment they offered. That based on their training, based on their experience, based on their the history of everyone they've seen with similar or type symptoms, that this was the recommended path they would recommend again today. It's that the CRPS people are you can get multiple opinions, and these two opinions differ on treatment on this. So I don't think you're going to have one that admits that they were wrong. If I ever need a trial attorney, I want Mr. Anderson. He should ask his doctor brother to read the handwriting. The judge does have a doctor brother. We heard that the other day. It's Judge Carroll. Goodman Law Firm, Nicole says, I'm blown away by the doctors in this case. Are so unwilling to say they made a mistake and maybe their original assessment was wrong. We've had a couple doctors. Let's see, the guy who testified yesterday in blue, was that Malik? Dr. Malik? Initially, early on in that testimony, he was quite open and forthcoming and even acknowledging that he was a dissident voice and disagreeing with things in committee meetings when they're talking about things. I liked his style a lot. I did. And even though the defense played that deposition, and I think there was a lot of good in it, even for the plaintiff, even though they disagreed at the end, there was a lot that sort of helped the plaintiff as well. So Tammy, going to that last comment that we just had from Molly, the last super chat, when you say, how can anyone watch that video and still have the nerve to say Maya's faking it? Molly's pointing out that she's not saying faking necessarily, like this is not real. It's all pretend. This is acting. Just that it's there isn't a physical reason for what's happening. It'd be psychological. Many docs have a God complex. We've seen one in particular that has some issues that way. Let's see. I think we've got Jules on the phone. Hang on just one second.
Call from.
Hey, Jules. Just saw you were calling. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. I'm going to make this quick because they only given us 5 or 10 minutes this time around. They are in a very, very good mood today.
Okay. Talking about the jurors.
Yes, very, very good. Everything is back to the way it normally was. So the questions only. I wish you could have been in the courtroom. I really do.
Was it the same witness that was trying to get a question in that just couldn't get it worded right?
7. Well, it was 7.
Yeah.
And he had paper, and the first time, and the second time around, for more jury questions, was 7 again. And of course, obviously, you heard it couldn't be read. So then 6 decides to jump in on the bandwagon, and when she was smirking like, okay, you won't answer his questions. Let's see if you'll answer mine. It was basically that type of thing.
So 7 were the first 2, and 6 was the third one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and what do you call it? the normal comment. Oh God, I wish I would have taken my notes out of the courtroom with me. There was something that was specifically happened in there with the jurors. And I wrote it down, and of course I left it upstairs.
About the normal, what's a normal child? How would you be able to? That bombed. That bombed with them. But what about
overall?
What about the big question where she saw the video and said no at the end, and that you couldn't see, but Mr. Anderson was giving just a glare to the witness, and the witness could not maintain eye contact with him.
Yeah, and 7 threw up his hands. This guy does not care, okay? 7 does not care. He's very animated. He shows his he doesn't care. Like when he's annoyed, he doesn't care who knows that he's annoyed. And when the judge, the second time around, when Judge Carroll wouldn't read his questions, he like crossed his arms over his chest and was like, all right. Like basically, but that's when 6 said she started writing, and she showed 7 and she had a smirk on her face and like, let's see what happens now. That type of thing. So, yeah.
Crazy.
But overall, in my opinion, I don't think she hurt, and I don't think she helped either side.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's a wash.
Yeah. Mr. Anderson used, I believe, close to 20 minutes on cross-examination of this witness. He only has 3 hours and 40 minutes left, so now he's down to 3:20 roughly, and until the end of the trial. So it's going to be close. It's going to be tight. It might be perfect, but it's going to be really close.
He's not concerned. I can tell you for a fact he's not concerned. Yeah. Now, I don't know why he's not concerned, but he's not concerned.
Yeah. Judge is coming in right now. Jules got
all right, bye. All right, I got to run up the stairs. Bye.
Bye.
We've got one side.
Things will go much more smoothly.
Thank you so much, Jules. Appreciate that. Apparently, defense is the only one's back. So, Jessica, because he knows what he's doing. Recovery Addict. Yes, he may have masterfully timed this, and knows exactly what he's doing. So that was Dr. Jennifer McCain, who was speaking there to Tampa General Hospital doctor. So we'll wait here. Looks like Ms. Lawrence is back. There we go. They're approaching. Now Mr. Hunter and Mr. Anderson have approached the bench, and they're doing something at sidebar with the judge right now. So they're back. He's simply using all the time. Yeah, I believe I'm now getting to the point where I don't think defense will be able to use all their time. They don't have enough to fill the time. And I don't think they're just going to play witnesses just to reinforce things, because I don't think that'll resonate well with the jury at all. Do we think that juror number 7 is one of the jurors who will deliberate, and Shapiro knows it, and that's why he brings up Netflix, etc. at sidebars? I don't know if number 7 is the one that has asked these questions. I will have to. I mean, that would take deep analysis of Jules' notes to, maybe even some big data type programming to see if we could figure out which juror is what. I've worked a little bit with big data. If you don't know what it is, it's scary what information you can put together with a little bit of data. When you can connect lines behind the scenes and draw conclusions and how accurate it is. But I'm sure there's probably a program out there that lawyers have access to. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? What's that? Did I call you? No, there's a bug in here, and it needs to not be in here. She's like, yeah, that's all you. So she leaves me on my own. All right, can you raise your hand on Zoom and remind the judge of One Horse One Rider? No, Megan, this is a webinar on Zoom, and so for anyone to be able to interact with the judge has to promote them to a panelist, which he can do, or his clerk can do. and once they're promoted to a panelist, then he can enable them to interact. But it's basically like a locked view-only mode on Zoom. View and listen. Mrs. R take on trial at this point. She's teaching the kids right now, so she is not following trial. She just thought I had called her. I didn't. She heard something, but all right. Looks like we're coming back right now. Amber McVeigh says, Recovery Addict, if that juror threw his arms up and the other juror showed him her note, that's probably what the sidebar's about. I'm not sure if she showed the notes. They sit next to each other. I'm not sure if it's like, hey, look here's what I'm going to ask. What are you going to ask? I don't think that's what it is. It's more like sitting next to somebody in poker. You might accidentally see their cards when they're holding their hands. But throwing the hands up, that might be a concern because you clearly have an expression of exasperation with the situation, which can be tied to a feeling about something. And they should not be communicating with each other. So maybe they'll be asked to dial that down a little bit. I don't know why all text is blurry. Anyone else? Deuce H, you probably just need to refresh or check the resolution setting. If you hit the gear on the screen and change the resolution, the video resolution, up to like 720 or 1080p, that should fix it. I'm not terrified of bugs. Just to make this clear, I'm not like the guy who's going to stand on a chair and squeal if I see a bug. I just don't like them in my house. That's why I pay my kids. If a fly comes in the house, it has to die. And I pay my kids to kill any fly that comes in the house. I just don't like bugs in the house. And we live in the South, and we live in a home that was built in 1915, which means there's always holes and gaps and wiggly boards and windows that don't close right and doors that are a little askew. And so we're constantly fighting that battle, keeping the bugs out. And this was a big one that got in, and it has to be fixed. That's all. We don't need to focus on it. 25 cents per fly is the going rate, by the way. That's what I pay my kids to kill them for. What do you think they're talking about? Not sure. It's a true sidebar. All the sounds off. Oh, Mr. Hughes is up there now. Mr. Hunter hit there. Oh, the clerk as well. The clerk's being involved. So that is going to be. This is definitely going to be a jury thing. This is definitely going to go to a juror because we have questions. That particular clerk is the one who receives the questions after they're either asked or not asked and filed with the court. The judge is doing some hand motions here. He's standing in front of he's speaking like this. I'm going to try to show you. I know it's not very. He's trying to convey something here, so you can see that. It's like, here's what we're going to do. Then the hands go up to the chest, fingers interlocked here in just a second. Like that. Mr. Anderson's agreed. He's nodded. So we'll see what the outcome is here. It could be anything, but the fact that he went back to that clerk, that would indicate has something to do with juror questions. Because that's not the clerk with the judge has us muted still. Oh, and we're not done. We're not done. Greeble Clown, welcome. Good to have you here. It's been a fun morning already. A little bit of argument about documents as far as jury instructions. The judge is really pushing hard. I know we heard some jury instructions yesterday. The judge is pushing hard that the juror instructions be non-biased, that they explain everything. Oh, this is crazy. The hand motions from the judge. It's clearly pointing at something near the. He's talking to Mr. Anderson and looking at the jury box. Man, I need to be able to read lips at this point. Anyway, it's a fun morning. Nothing huge. No bombshells in testimony, but we're getting there. We're getting close to the end of trial. We have 3 hours and 20 minutes left for the plaintiff side, and I'd say about 23 and a half hours roughly, or 23 hours, somewhere in that range for the defense. It's a juror that had the same question rejected twice. We heard that juror number 7 asked a question. It was rejected. He asked a question again. He asked the first question. It may or may not have been read. I think his first question was read. He asked a second question. It wasn't read. And then juror 6, who presumably would be sitting right next to this juror, asked the question the third time, and it was not read. That's according to Jules in the courtroom. It's possible for jurors to be dismissed, but it has to be for a reason. You can't just have a juror dismissed because I don't think they like us anymore. I thought they were going to be a good juror for us, but I can't just excuse them because I don't think you like it. They'd have to be able to show cause. They'd have to be able to show that the juror has violated the rules, was deceptive and lied about answers, which could be perjury, to be seated on the jury. There's going to they'd have to have some pretty strong evidence to do that. But we've seen jurors dismissed before. I mean, remember the dozen eggs in Alex Murdaugh's trial? That happened.
Your Honor, in the spirit of asking permission and not forgiveness, this is a billing person who has a responsibility to all children's to address the allegation that all children's billed $500,000 for CRPS. Among the codes, of course, includes child neglect and abandonment. It's going to be in front of the jury. I can't imagine that's an issue. It's one of the 12 codes they billed under. So it is what it is.
As long as he is not being presented in any form as a, quote, expert, and he's simply a fact witness, that's fine.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, he's not a medical doctor. He's not going to testify that there was those things. So.
That's basically his affidavit.
I suppose. I don't know.
Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury.
Here comes our jury. This jury. Rejected juror says Recovery Addict Anderson made a facial expression towards the jury after his or her question was rejected. That could be the issue. I don't know. He's made facial expressions throughout a lot of this. We haven't. The cameras have not been showing a lot of the lawyers as they're doing the questioning, but they've been pretty expressive throughout this, and I think they're allowed to do that. Even argumentative at times. I don't think just making a face. I don't know. It depends on the face. If he's like rolling his eyes and doing hand motions.
Members of the jury, just want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
And defense, your next witness, please.
Jason Baker.
Okay, so Jason Baker is going to be is it billing and coding? Because we haven't had the pharmacist yet. Is he going to be the pharmacist? I guess he can be whatever he wants to be, but we'll hear what he's here to testify about. Just setting up my recording.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Come this way. see my limit.
May it please the court. Good morning, sir. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning. My name is Jason Bankert. I'm the Executive Director of Revenue Cycle for Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
All about
and Mr. Bankert, you may want to hold the microphone just a little bit closer to you so that way everyone throughout the courthouse can hear you.
I apologize about that.
And just to repeat, can you tell the jury what is your job title?
Yes, I'm the Executive Director of Revenue Cycle Site Services for Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
So let me take you back because I have a habit of dating people, not dating them that way, but dating them. It came out awkward. It's Friday morning.
It's all right. It's quite all right.
What are you doing tonight?
That way. We're not dating. I don't know. All right. Let's start over.
It's a bit forward.
Should we call your spouse?
Yeah.
Let's say I have to make a phone call.
Thank goodness this isn't on national TV. All right. Now that we got that out of the way, tell the jury, where did you go to undergrad?
Yes, I went to school at Bloomsburg University, which is located in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. My undergrad is in finance and business economics, and I was also fortunate enough to attend Bloomsburg University to get my MBA with a concentration in leadership.
And what year did you graduate with your MBA?
I graduated in 2005.
And have you, after you graduated, what type of career or profession did you pursue?
Sure. My first job coming out of college and undergrad was in December 17, 2001. I started out in healthcare finance. I was a financial analyst. That was my first job, and I have spent the last 22 years in various finance, healthcare-related roles.
Have you spent the majority of your career in healthcare finance?
I've spent all of my career in healthcare finance.
And what is your current role at All Children's, Johns Hopkins? If you can explain to the jury, what is your day-to-day?
Sure. So my day-to-day is I make sure that the patient experience from being registered at the visit, right? So when you come in, we make sure that I'm part of the scheduling process, the registration process for the visit. After the patient is seen by the provider, I'm overseeing the coding that is done by the certified coders to make sure that they capture all the services that were rendered. I'm then responsible for making sure that a clean bill goes out the door and follow up with the insurance company to make sure that we receive payment, as well as address any concerns that might be in place for any patient balances that are outstanding afterwards.
We had a chance to meet last night.
That is correct, sir.
And I told you what I was calling you to the witness stand.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review the hospital bills for Maya Kowalski for her inpatient stay of October 2016 through January 2017?
Yes, sir, I have. I had the ability to go through and take a look at the hospital claims that were filed on behalf of Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital to Aetna, and was able to take a look and see of all the transactions that took place.
Have you also had a chance to review the interaction between the Kowalskis and Aetna regarding claims, processes, and denials?
That is correct, sir. Okay. I was able to receive and take a look at those communications through the online portal between the Kowalskis and Aetna regarding any procedures that were performed or any bills that took place.
Based on your training and experience...
Your Honor, I'm sorry, can we approach briefly?
Hey, what we heard right there is Mr. Whitney asking to approach. And what that tells us is that Mr. Whitney is going to be crossing this witness, which means we're all should be cheering right now. We have really, really loved watching Mr. Whitney cross witnesses. So this is going to be interesting. He usually requires very little runway space to get going. He sort of can launch into it with effective questions, lay the proper predicate, and ask the question very, very rapidly. And we love that. And he's also very spicy. He thinks so well on his feet, and just we love his style. I'm speaking for all of us here, but he's a very, very good attorney, and I love listening to him cross. So I'm excited for this.
We may continue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Objection overruled.
Let me just re-ask the question. Did you have a chance to review some of the messaging center printouts between Mrs. Kowalski and Aetna?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. In your experience, in your role at All Children's Hospital, do you interface with insurance companies like Aetna?
We interface with insurance companies all the time, whether it's Aetna or any other payer.
And are you aware of the role of All Children's in providing medical records to Aetna for their review?
Yes. What typically happens for a lot of inpatient stays, in which this is, there's a constant communication and feedback between the insurance company, utilization management or case management department, and representing hospitals, case management and utilization management department. And what I had noticed and what I had discovered was from the time of October through about the first week of January, there was 14 correspondences from Aetna asking for clinical documentation in order to make sure that the visit was authorized, meaning that Aetna saw that the care was being provided according and we were performing the services that Aetna had agreed to allow us to perform. So from October through January 7th, approximately, give or take, every week, once a week, we had received these requests for medical documentation, and we provided it to Aetna to ensure that the authorization and medical necessity was meeting the standards.
What does that mean, medical necessity, if you could explain that to the jury?
Sure. Medical necessity, in layman's terms, is that you want to make sure that the care that's being provided to the patient is actually needed. So imagine a scenario where you have a patient who comes into the emergency room and they have a cough, right? Next thing you know, if the provider goes through and does a lung transplant, well, the insurance company is going to say, this patient only had a cough. Why are you doing a lung transplant? That's not necessary. There was a need for any of that. You need to treat the symptoms all the way up through to find out that the person only had a flu. So medical necessity is used by insurance companies to ensure that we are providing the proper care to the patient at the right time.
If hypothetically All Children's were submitting claims for the medical services being rendered but not actually performing those services, what would happen?
The claim would absolutely deny. There's two types of denials, and this is one thing in my review of the hospital claims that I took a look at. Aetna paid the claims. They never denied the claims once for medical necessity, and they never once denied the claims for no authorization. And those are two key denials that would have typically taken place for any situation that you have when services are rendered that don't match up what the authorization for the court work to be performed does.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence as Trial Exhibit 2017-655. Okay. And you could probably zoom in a little bit. Well, let me first ask you, is this a medical bill?
No, sir, this isn't a bill. This just appears to be more of a detailed transaction from Aetna itself. This isn't anything that we would have sent as a bill.
So just to be clear, what in this trial exhibit is not a medical bill.
No, it's not a medical bill, sir.
You have experience in reviewing documents like this, though, true?
That is correct, sir.
So let me ask you a little bit, when you see some of the categories, and I'll go to the top, do you see where the date received is 11/8/2016, so that would be about a month after Maya was admitted?
Yes, sir.
And then what is the type of service being billed for?
The type of service being billed for, by the looks of its room and board, based upon what I'm seeing here?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we object and would like to approach.
Spicy. Sorry about the white noise. Let's see if we can get that to go away. There we go. Interesting info for all you. Let's see. Interesting info for you all. CVS owns Quorum, who Beata or Beatty? Beats. It says Beats worked for. CVS has merged with Ayden. Basically, it's all one company now. Is that what you're saying, Sassy Tech? I'm not familiar with the different companies and on what their significance is, but thank you for providing that. merges in the medical industry apparently just makes one big company that's difficult to deal with. Let's see. Living Ghost says, I work in health insurance. I'm about to turn this off because it looks like too much. It looks too much like work. I'm sorry. Sorry, Living Ghost. I don't think this is going to be a lengthy witness. I mean, this guy's literally, he's like a tech guy for billing, or a tech manager for billing, I guess you could say. So I don't think he's got much to say about Maya particularly. It's just going to be why the codes were there, and what the insurance does, and that's it. It should be some good cross though, but Mr. Whitney might roast him, and this guy might have no clue what's coming to him. CVS and Aetna merge. That's it. Okay. Why does it say dental? It does. I think it. Somebody said it looks more like an explanation of benefits from the insurance provider as far as what was billed to them and then what they paid. Revenue cycle management. Do you think he added cost for having a room with hidden cameras in it? Oh my! If they billed for the cameras, and then the video nothing went in their file. I don't know. I think a couple of her videos did go in her file from the video cameras, because that's the ones they still have. That's the turn and pivot videos, her in her bed, her coloring, her getting her hair brushed. Those videos were saved. But the photographs, I wonder if they were billed separately for the photographs that Kathy Beatty took. Oh, Beatty works for CVS. I believe that's correct. I've heard that's her current employer. The whole video didn't go in. The whole video was not saved. All those other portions, they had 4 or 5 little clips, and that's it. It amounted to just a couple minutes of video out of the 48-hour period. Goody. Colorado Court has started, and we are recording it with audio. That's always good. Can this testimony be connected to the liens the judge hasn't let in? Amber, I would be surprised if the jury hears anything else about the liens, at least until if we reach the punitive stage, the punitive damages stage. I would be very surprised if anything else comes in, because right now, as it stands, the liens are there, but they're also not there. If the family does not win, there's no pay, there's no cash out. That's our understanding. If they do win, then the hospital's going to say, hey, we want our money. Or the insurance company, whoever, I think it's the insurance company who placed the liens, not the hospital. If JHetch billed for the video, it's not medically necessary, so insurance fraud. Yeah, we have not seen the entire medical bills. As a matter of fact, I don't think we've seen in any testimony the actual medical bill, even though I've heard that the jury will have that. I'm not sure why.
It's going to take us a few more minutes, so I'm going to ask that you step back to your room. You don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. You're not doing an investigation.
Do you guys smell a proffer? Do you smell a proffer?
All right. For a second.
Jessica, a lien is a financial claim on somebody's money, usually property. So a lien on the house means if you sell the house, part of that money would go to the person who has a lien on it. So there are liens in place against the Kowalskis.
Oh. Mr. Shapiro. May I have voir dire the witness before Mr. Shapiro begins? I'm sorry? May I have voir dire the witness before Mr. Shapiro begins?
I'd like to make a profit.
Mr. Shapiro is at the lectern. And
can we put up trial exhibit 2017-655?
Mr. Shapiro is going to guide the witness through these answers.
You see on the right-hand
Whitney wants a
side
shot at
where
it
it says
first.
provider name, Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
That's correct, sir.
And in your review of the hospital bills, you have reviewed the actual hospital bills at All Children's, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And I'll represent to you that the plaintiff never put those in evidence. So what I will ask you this question: from your review of this transaction report from Aetna, does it appear to you to match the diagnosis code submitted by All Children's to Aetna for Maya Kowalski?
It appears to be in line with what I have seen. That's correct.
In your training and experience, do you have sufficient knowledge to educate this jury when you look at the diagnoses codes about how those would relate into a bill submitted by All Children's to Aetna?
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to educate the jury about how those codes, well, let me back up. Are you aware whether these were the codes that All Children's generated when they sent them to Aetna?
I have seen many of these codes based upon the claims that I reviewed, sir.
And are you able to educate the jury on how these codes all coming together would form what's called the diagnostic related group?
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to educate the jury on how the diagnostic related group code, when combining these, would generate a medical charge?
Yes, sir.
And have you had sufficient training and experience throughout your career to be able to give that knowledge to the jury?
Yes, sir.
That's all I need for the proffer right now.
Mr. Whitney.
Good morning.
By way of background, if I was listening closely enough, you have an MBA.
That's correct, sir.
And then how long after your MBA did you join Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I've been with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It'll be a year in November, sir. And I've been in healthcare finance for 22 years.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Would you just run through the different entities that you've worked for over those 22 previous years?
Sure. I worked for Geisinger Health System for the first 15 years of my career. Penn State Health for approximately 3 years of my career. Tidal Health for 3 years of my career, and now I've been with Johns Hopkins. It'll be a year in November.
All right. Try to take those in order for me.
Yes, sir.
Geisinger Health?
Geisinger Health System.
This is a hospital system?
It is a massive health system. Approximately $6 billion in annual revenue.
Right, and you worked in providing, I'm guessing, tell me if I'm wrong, within the health system, providing bills to the insurance company.
I was the director of revenue cycle integrity for Geisinger Health System for a period of time that dealt with coding issues, billing issues, CDM issues, charge capture issues, things of that nature.
Sorry, did you say revenue?
Integrity, sir.
Revenue integrity. Okay.
It's to ensure the accuracy of the claim.
So in revenue integrity and these other roles, they're generating from the hospital side or the health system side, sending this out to the insurer and having a liaison relationship with the insurance company from there.
Yes, sir.
All right. I heard Penn State.
That's correct, sir.
Part of their health system?
Yes, sir.
And was it a similar role to the first, Geisinger?
The role at Penn State Health was I had oversight of the entire revenue cycle for one of their hospitals, St. Joseph's Hospital in Reading, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. I was responsible for the entire scope of revenue cycle, not just one piece of it. After that, after we had a merging of data systems, converting onto one EMR and billing platform, we combined all the hospitals under one.
Sure.
I was then responsible for mergers and acquisitions, which led to the implementation of new revenue cycles into any hospital and or physician group that we acquired. I then transitioned into the role of overseeing the entire hospital billing and collections operations for Penn State Health before I transitioned to Tidal Health.
Understood. Quite an impressive number of roles within Penn State, and at some point involved in mergers and acquisitions. But if I'm understanding correctly, again, your roles there were focused on billing from the hospital or health system side and providing those to the insurance company, and then working out any disputes over payments. Is that right?
Many communications with the insurance companies for payment resolution was also part of the responsibility.
All right. And then the final, before Johns Hopkins, is Tidal Health?
Tidal Health, sir.
Would you please explain what Tidal Health is?
Tidal Health is a multi-hospital physician group health system on the eastern shore of Maryland, where I oversaw the entire revenue cycle for that health system.
would it be fair to say that your role there was similar to the previous two hospital systems you worked in?
It's fair to say that that role is similar to what I performed at Penn State Health, and it's very much similar to what I perform now today.
All right. And then your fourth and final role has been with Johns Hopkins Hospital.
That's correct, sir.
And similar function?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have we covered the span of your career from graduating with your MBA until joining Johns Hopkins and to the present day?
Well, technically, sir, I started after my undergrad at Bloomsburg University.
All right.
And then achieved my MBA while I was working.
Have we missed any significant employment?
No, sir.
All right. It's true that you've never worked for an insurance company.
100%.
You've never worked for Aetna.
That is correct, sir.
You've never, from the insurance company side, been involved in creating a document like what we have at Exhibit 2017.
Can you show me that, please?
Sure. Let's pull up 207-681.
2017?
2017-681. This is an example, and I'll represent to you that we have several hundred pages, like what you see here.
Right.
You'd agree with me first. This is a record generated by Aetna.
That is correct.
And you've never been involved in crafting a document on behalf of an insurance company similar to the one you see here.
That's correct, sir.
So you don't know, from the insurance company's perspective, what information they rely upon in creating a document like this?
I don't know if I would agree with that, because from the hospital billing standpoint, we would be able to feed that information to the insurance company, which I am assuming this is what their byproduct is.
That's an assumption of yours, yes?
I've never dealt with this side of that piece of healthcare, sir.
Oh, he's winning. Whitney's winning.
You couldn't tell us, for example, if I look at this here, and again, this is 2017-681, what specifically the Aetna person was looking at in coalescing together these diagnostic codes on this specific document.
I'm not understanding your question, sir.
If you see the diagnostic codes there, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. You would not be able to say how it is that the Aetna representative decided that those diagnostic codes should go on this document, would you?
What I can tell you is that we provided this information to Aetna via the coding that we performed. It would show up on our hospital claim, then be submitted to Aetna. How Aetna takes that information and put this particular document together, I can't tell you. But I can tell you that the codes that are on here would not have magically appeared. We would have had to provide that information to Aetna to have them be able to pull that.
I don't know the answer to this question. Are you a trained medical coder?
No, sir.
All right. So you've never performed a role as a medical coder?
Excuse me, sir, no. I'm not a certified professional coder.
Your responsibilities are oversight of revenue cycle, meaning making sure that the bills that go out are paid in a timely and satisfactory basis.
As I stated, sir, my job, Meg, what do I push to you because I have to cough?
Oh. There should be a little button.
There's a button.
If not, just turn away from it.
Sorry.
The cough is coming, guys. I need to
Sorry
cough.
about that. No, when I oversee the entire revenue cycle, the revenue cycle just isn't coding. The revenue cycle includes scheduling a patient, getting prior authorization for a patient, registering that patient when they show up through the door, overseeing the coding team who's responsible for ensuring that the services that were provided have an appropriate diagnosis code related to it, which then falls into the billing team to make sure that those diagnosis codes are appropriately attached to a bill to be submitted to the insurance company. I then have to make sure that the insurance company not only pays, but pays properly or appropriately for the services that were rendered, as well as if there's any patient obligation or responsibility after the insurance company pays, to make sure that the follow-up is provided with that patient to collect on their balances. So the revenue cycle is not just coding, sir. It is a very large magnitude of the patient experience.
But again, you're not a medical coder.
That's correct, sir.
And so, for example, if we see a diagnosis code of G90.59, would you know what that is?
I would just read what's on the screen here, and based upon my review, I know it's complex regional pain syndrome.
And within the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital system, there exists, separate from these documents, an entire set of medical bills that were submitted on behalf of the Kowalski family to Aetna. Yes?
Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital submitted both hospital and professional claims to Aetna for reimbursement.
And do you have those with you here today?
No, sir.
And so are you able to compare those bills to these documents to see how it is that Aetna arrived at this coalescence, this conglomeration of diagnoses on this date compared to the hospital bills?
This here is an incomplete story. I would not be able to definitively match this up to a particular bill that was sent by us.
Nothing else.
There's been a lot of huddling over on the defense side.
Can you put back 2017-655? And Mr. Banker, by the way, in your job, are you called on to review and interpret transaction reports such as these?
In my role, it is not uncommon for me to review any concerns with payer issues.
And do you routinely interface with Aetna and other third parties?
Yes, we have consistent communication with all of our payers.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sure.
Creed, very astute observation. This is Mr. Bankert. When he said approach, he's up at talking to the judge right now, not to the witness. Judge is rubbing his hands. He's like, yeah, let's get into this. Here we go. It's like, lay it on me. Let's hear it. And so Mr. Whitney's had an objection. Clearly, he does not want this witness to spell out what this Aetna document means. And he did a pretty good job explaining that, or eliciting testimony from the witness, that the witness has never been a billing coder before. So he isn't the guy who's punching in the codes and knows what they mean. So he has no experience there. So if he is confronted with a code saying, hey, what does this code mean? All he can do is read it off the screen, which the judge is not a big fan of, just having witnesses read something off the screen and say that's what their testimony is, especially if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it. His experience has been management, but at like a 30,000-foot level. So yes, he has understanding in a lot of these areas, but I'm not sure if the judge can allow it. The judge shaking his head just a little bit. Looking at Shapiro. Shapiro has that look like he just got his hand in the cookie jar and got caught. Judge is giving him some direction. Mr. Shapiro's shuffling side to side. I think he's not happy. Probably both sides aren't happy. The judge is probably finding the common ground here, or some sort of compromise as to what this witness can testify to and what he can't testify to. And he says, "Be gone with all of you," and they head back to their respective chairs.
Anything else improper that either side wishes to do?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Banker, if you could wait outside for a couple of minutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Wow. If Mr. Banker's waiting outside, either we get an additional discussion without him present, or the jury might get an instruction about the witness that might be, please disregard XYZ testimony, or we get to hear, I don't know. This is crazy. Okay, come on.
Your Honor, this witness has been called by the defense to refute the suggestion that all children's billed $500,000 for CRPS care. As this witness was about to testify, CRPS was one of many diagnoses that gets bundled together into a group of codes that are then submitted to Aetna, that Aetna then reimbursed. There's this he absolutely has foundational knowledge to testify to that, and I don't think the plaintiffs are disputing that. The only thing they're disputing is, can he be shown an Aetna transaction report, which contains a complete mirror image of the all children's bill that the plaintiff failed to put into evidence, and testify on that document and say, based on this, it confirms that All Children's Hospital sent a bill to Aetna for this charge. This was paid with no co-pays, and the diagnoses codes that were submitted for this amount included complex regional pain syndrome along with 11 other diagnoses codes. It was Mr. Kowalski was entitled to take the stand and testify to what all of these documents meant, with no foundation that he had any experience at all in interpreting third-party daily transaction reports. Clearly, this witness has vast more experience than Mr. Kowalski does. He knows exactly where the codes came from because he reviewed the medical bills from All Children's and proffered. If it's just a matter of this, I can direct examine him without showing him this, and he can still proffer the same testimony that I reviewed all the All Children's bills, and I can just walk him through it. Did it include these diagnoses, and how does that come together to represent a charge? So I think the only narrow question is, can I do it through this document? And I can tell you from an authenticity standpoint, it absolutely matches the bill that was submitted.
That's right. He has foundational issues. He's never worked at any insurance company to have any foundation or knowledge to comment on how the bills from Aetna that are in evidence are created, how that information is coalesced, why they appear the way they do. He also has never been a medical coder, so he can't comment on the diagnostic codes and how those are arrived at. And that's where this is going to go, to him being allowed to interpret how the Joint Exhibit 1001, the medical records from Johns Hopkins, go from there through a medical coder, he's never been, to the insurance company, and then how the insurance company turns those around and why we see these documents in front of us.
Which is an unknown expert opinion. Very brief response, Charlie. It sounds like the plaintiff's position is, without the diagnostic expertise of an expert coming in on medical coding and saying that these codes were not properly done and these are not properly on the bill, that a jury could not hear that information and grasp it. So again, we would move at this point for directed verdict because they've never produced a medical coder, a medical biller, or anyone with the expertise that the plaintiff is now requiring All Children's to bring to trial and refute. They've never put the medical bills in evidence. They've never brought medical coding. They've never brought an expert in medical billing. The window's closed for this, and now they're trying to prevent the defense from bringing an extremely qualified witness. I don't think anyone's disputing that he is qualified to talk about how hospital charges are generated with various diagnosis codes. It's what he does all day, every day. So it's fascinating to the defense that the plaintiff is taking the position that they didn't put the medical bills in evidence, that this testimony before it can go to the jury has to be done from an expert coder, and they have neither.
It seems
Directed verdict.
and I recollect, although I don't remember the exact contours, is there was an agreement between the parties before the plaintiffs rested concerning the medical bill issue. And I just don't I don't recollect the exact contours of the agreement. I remember when Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Whitney were going back and forth. There was discussions back then about the defendants not moving for a directed verdict if they wouldn't do certain things. And I just don't remember. I'm just...
If I could help clarify.
I don't think it matters at this point. Let me try to talk my way through this. So I do remember that there was some specific issues, although the contours of them I don't recall. What it seems, Mr. Whitney, that you're attempting to have me say is that this witness can't testify to something that it seems like people under him deal with on a day in and a day out basis. He, being this witness, testified he was over the medical coders. and that these are the types of things that are routinely reviewed. So, it seems to me that, yes, he's commenting on a Aetna document, but the reality is you have the same ability to cross-reference the actual medical bill versus the Aetna. And if those two are somehow married to each other, which I suspect they are, although I don't know because I personally haven't gone and done it, but I suspect they are, or pretty close, then a lot of this is kind of a hyper-technical issue. And if the whole point is to seek the truth for the jury, then I don't think it really matters if there's really not a concern that on the Aetna side is somewhat or mostly mirrored to what's on the hospital side, then I'm fine with it, and certainly would give the plaintiffs the ability to cross-examine and suggest that what's on the insurance side somehow doesn't match what's on the hospital. Now, maybe that is the case, and maybe we're going to have an explosive cross-examination on this particular issue of hospital bills.
Sure. Understood.
So that's a long-winded way of saying I'm going to let Mr. Shapiro continue with this witness. Let's bring in this witness. Let's bring in the jury.
All right, all that good effort by Mr. Whitney. We thought he was getting somewhere, but the judge says basically because this individual, even though he hasn't personally done a lot of the work that's involved in that he's testifying to, he oversees people that do. So that would indicate that he has experience or knowledge or training in that area enough to oversee people that are doing it, and he's going to allow that questioning, even though we're using the Aetna side of the documents to explain the hospital billing. Now, I do not know why the hospital bills were not brought in. This could be strategy. I don't think it was a mistake. There's plenty of discussion.
Monitor okay?
Well, down there than up here.
Do we have a spill down there?
No.
Oh,
That's wet down
Okay, members of the jury want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation or received no information. Is that correct? Okay. And also that you haven't seen any media about this case? And no one's approached you? Mr. Shapiro, you may continue.
Thank you. Clay, if you don't mind putting back up trial exhibit 2017-655. And Mr. Banker, in your role, are you familiar? Do you oversee the people that do medical billing and coding?
Yes, sir.
In your role, are you familiar with what the various diagnosis codes are?
From what I'm seeing here, yes, sir.
And again, we left off looking at the top. Type of service provided was what, sir?
It appeared to be room and board.
Okay. So let me talk to you about the diagnosis codes. Do you see down below there's approximately 12 of them?
Yes, sir.
What I'd like you to tell the jury is this. How do these diagnoses codes generate into... Well, before I do that, actually, let me ask you. How do these diagnoses codes relate to a medical charge? How do these come together?
Sure. So these diagnosis codes, what happens is a provider goes in, they see the patient, they do some form of workup with the patient, whether it's a consult, whether there was labs performed, whether there was any testing done, any services rendered. So a physician or provider is responsible for documenting all of the services that they render on that patient. Okay? Then we have a group of certified coders who go in, read the chart, read what services were performed, and then assign the appropriate CPT or HCPCS code for those services rendered.
So, actually, let's put up 1001-31, 0031, 1001-0031, and if you can go to the next page. Next page, please. I'll get there eventually. Next page. Next page. Next page. And one more page. Okay. Mr. Dankin, I'll represent to you that this is the history and physical, that Maya Kowalski came into All Children's Hospital on October 7th. And Clay, if you can highlight under impressions and chronic diagnoses. Do you see where it says complex regional pain syndrome diagnosed by outpatient physicians?
That's correct, sir.
Is this the type of information that, in your experience overseeing coding, that the coders would look for to see what types of diagnosis codes to put on a medical bill?
Yes, sir. They would take a look at this.
So let's go back to what we were talking about, trial exhibit 2017655. And again, we'll expand. There you go. So now we see the first diagnosis there of complex regional pain syndrome. And then there's a number of other diagnoses codes on the left. So, for example, they line up, but maybe you can help. Is the G90.59, what is that diagnosis code for?
That represents complex regional pain syndrome.
And then the T76-02XA, what is that?
Child neglect or abandonment suspected.
And then the next one, B37.81.
Yeah, candidal esophagitis.
Okay. In fairness, you're not a medical doctor, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So without wasting time in going through all 12, can you explain to the jury, how did these 12 diagnoses codes get on there? Is that from the coding process?
That's from the provider documenting all the services that they have rendered, and then a coder, a professional certified coder, comes in and actually assigns the codes based upon the services that are rendered. And there's a separation of those kinds of duties to ensure the accuracy and integrity of what's being done.
Yeah, and if you can explain to the jury, what do you mean by that separation of duties?
Yeah, we like to ensure that the coders, every organization that I've ever worked at, the professional or certified coding teams have a working relationship with the providers, but they do not have a reporting relationship to the providers. We do that to allow for accuracy and integrity of the work that's being done. We want to ensure that the coders are not biased in what they're utilizing for the codes that they're putting down for the services that are rendered.
So how does these codes work together to generate a bill?
So these codes work together to create a DRG, which is a diagnosis-related grouping that is submitted on a claim.
Okay, and what is a DRG? Like, do you pick that? Does the computer pick it? How's that?
Yeah, so the DRG is generated. So DRG's diagnosis-related grouping. To better understand what a DRG is, think of an everything pizza, right? You have the dough, you got the sauce, then you got the cheese, then you got the mushrooms, peppers, onions, the bacon, pepperoni, all that good stuff, right? Well, the DRG is that pizza. It's the all-encompassing of all the ingredients.
Now he's talking my language.
So these diagnoses codes, when combined together, create a DRG, which is then fired and triggered by the system to go out on the door on a claim.
And is the charge that goes from All Children's to Aetna based on that DRG?
The charge is based upon the DRG.
So, to be very clear, when All Children's is submitting a charge for $69,621, that's not for just complex regional pain syndrome, is it?
No, sir. Based upon what I'm seeing here, there's multiple services that were rendered, and because of the type of service, room and board, I would imagine that was part of the charges as well. In fact, when I looked at the hospital bills that we had submitted on behalf of All Children's Hospital, the vast majority of the charges were actually room and board, respiratory therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy.
Okay. Do you remember the exact charge for room and board as we sit here today?
Room and board charges are typically around $4,500 a day, give or take, in that range.
Well, let me ask you, do you remember what the monthly charge for room and board, or would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the bill?
Can you show me the bill, please, sir?
If I may approach you.
You may show it to Mr. Whitney first.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Lunch cannot come soon enough now.
Okay.
And, if you can tell the jury this, what is the charge on the All Children's bill for the room and board?
Yeah, so we have peds beds days of 23 units, meaning that patient was in the bed for 23 days. Those charges were for $69,621. We then have 7 units or 7 days where the patient was in an ICU bed, and those charges were $50,071.
Let me stop you there. On the first one, you said that the charge submitted for the bed was $69,621?
For all 23 days, sir.
Okay, and if you look on your screen, does that match the charge submitted for room and board?
That second one was $7,000 a night.
Very much so, yes, sir.
If I may approach you?
You may.
Oh, and by the way, do the diagnosis codes on this sheet match the diagnosis codes on the hospital bill in front of you?
Whiskey, don't go there.
At glance, yes, sir.
Okay, if I may approach. To your knowledge, is that room and board charge there regardless of the actual diagnoses?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so let me ask you next about the process. And I think you sort of talked to the jury earlier about what would happen. Well, let me ask you, in your position as the billing, in your position overseeing finance at All Children's, what would happen if All Children's wasn't providing care for these 12 diagnoses codes? What would you expect to see?
Yeah,
Objection, Foundation. Overruled. You can answer.
Yeah, so what we would expect to see, it's not uncommon practice for any insurance company to deny a claim if they feel that the claim was billed in error. In this instance here, the claims that we had submitted to Aetna, none of the claims that we have submitted, to my recollection, have ever been denied for either med necessity or no authorization or for any reason whatsoever. In fact, Aetna actually paid us for the services rendered that we had there.
So, for example, if All Children's Hospital was representing to Aetna that they were billing for complex regional pain syndrome but not providing services for that, in your experience, would Aetna have rejected the claim?
There would have been a denial.
So let me show you what next is Trial Exhibit 2017-767. And again, if you can pull it out a little bit there, at the top, again, under the provider name, this was from All Children's Hospital. Do you see that, Mr. Baker?
Yes, sir.
And then this was, for example, the January 5th bill. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent you know, why is there a charge submitted and an amount paid?
From what I could see here, the diagnosis code of T74.19XA was the diagnosis code. What this bill is relating to, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like it's 26 services for $78,702, and the type of service rendered is room and board.
Okay. So, I guess the simpler question I was trying to ask you, there's a difference in what All Children submit and what they get paid by Aetna. Is that based on the contractual?
Oh,
rights?
absolutely. So what you see submitted as charges, we have a contract with any insurance company any insurance company that we have a contract with. We have agreed upon reimbursement for those services rendered. In this instance, we had charged $78,702 for the services rendered. We had agreed to accept as payment $44,073 for all the services that we provided for that claim.
Okay. And just to be clear, and I think everyone here, for better or for worse, has experience with medical bills, the difference is not because Aetna said we didn't provide the services. That's just the contracted reimbursement.
It's a contractual adjustment that is taken.
Okay. And the bills that are going are actually, what you're billing for is for the procedures and the services, not for the codes.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So, and in this case, I would direct your attention to the diagnoses codes. Do you see that in January, the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome fell from 1st to 5th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And at least at this point, the child maltreatment had now risen to the primary diagnosis.
It was the primary focus of care, sir.
And is that what the medical coders are picking up in their review of the medical?
It's based upon the most services that are being rendered at that point in time for the care of the patient.
And in your review of the records, did you see at any point on this bill or any of the bills Aetna saying that the services provided by All Children's did not match what All Children's represented to Aetna that they were performing?
No, I looked at two batches of information. I looked at the hospital bills that we submitted as an organization and validated that we have never received a denial for med necessity or no authorization. I also reviewed the correspondence between Ms. Kowalski and Aetna regarding physician services that were rendered. And I went through and I reviewed every one of those pages. And what I thought was interesting was it tells you very clearly in those documents whether or not a service was paid. And it would call out claim processed as in-network, meaning that the insurance company processed that claim. When I was going down through and looking at the correspondence, what was very intriguing was out of all those claims that I read and reviewed in that correspondence, there was one that was actually denied, and it was denied for $11 for a pathologist charge that was overseeing, some lab results. And that really struck me because that tells me the thoroughness that Aetna was utilizing to evaluate all the claims that we were sending, that they just weren't, just signing off on everything, that they were actually reviewing everything that we were sending in for submission of reimbursement to the fact that they found an $11 charge that they said, no, this is part of the bundled payment. But that's the only denial that I saw out of all the correspondence.
Let me put up trial exhibit 2438-005. And they're grainy, so we're going to focus on the top half of that. It's hard to see. Is this the one that you said was the $11? Oh, sorry. I think this one was approved. Is that right? Is that how I read this?
Yeah, it's on the state. There's one.
Yeah, I think it's a 2438-025. We'll focus in a little bit.
Yes.
So from your entire review of all the Aetna messaging center documents and all the records and all the bills, of the totality that All Children submitted, there was only a dispute from Aetna for $11. Is that right?
That's what I'm seeing right here, sir.
Okay. Based on your review of all the All Children's documents, all the responses from Aetna, the fact that Aetna agreed that the services provide... Well, let me ask you, when Aetna responds back to the hospital with an agreement to pay the bill, does that indicate to you whether they have found that the bills were medically necessary in relationship to the services?
I have found in my experience through 20 plus years in healthcare finance, insurance companies will deny claims for a multitude of reasons, up to and including medical necessity and no authorization. And I have not seen any of that in the notes that I reviewed here or in the hospital claims that I reviewed, sir.
While we're on that subject, you did have a chance to review a number of claims. Let me ask you about this. If we can go to Trial Exhibit 2017... 202. If you can expand a little bit. This, again, would be similar to that Aetna, what did you call it before?
It looks like a transaction report, sir.
Okay. And if you look on the sort of right-hand side in the first column, it says Quorum. It's a pharmacy company.
Mm-hmm.
That's not All Children's.
That's not All Children's, sir.
Okay. Do you know why this was submitted to the jury?
I can't tell you why it was submitted to the jury.
What about, let's go to the same exhibit number, but at 266. And expand a little bit. This is from Dr. Ashraf Hanna for services in, looks like February of 2016 before the hospitalization at issue. This isn't related to anything All Children's did, right?
That doesn't appear to be an All Children's provider, sir.
Overruled.
So let's go back and just confirm. You can take that down if you want, Clay. Did All Children's bill?
Can I see y'all for a second?
Sure.
Judge calls a huddle mid-game. He says, "Can I see y'all for a second?" So they're coming up. This, I'm surprised there weren't objections when he's just reading off the codes. And maybe Whitney's going to cross-examine him on some codes a little bit and ask him what another code is that's not on the screen. And he won't be able to say anything. And he'll have to admit that he can only tell what the codes are if it's on the screen in front of him. I'm not sure if that's going to go to discredit him because he seems pretty credible at this point. He's obviously, fairly educated in this field. It's my understanding this is not an expert witness. There was a little bit of discussion earlier before he was brought into the courtroom that Mr. Whitney objected to him being able to testify about this because he wasn't an expert witness. He's not designated as an expert. He is approaching his year mark working with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. He's had a lot of experience working in other hospitals to this point, all within the same sort of role of
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Baker. Did All Children's bill Aetna $500,000 for complex regional pain syndrome?
No, sir. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital billed $500,000 for a litany of services that were rendered. It wasn't complex regional pain syndrome. In fact, as I stated before, the vast majority of charges that we submitted were tied to room and board, respiratory therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy, along with a litany of other diagnoses that were performed on the patient.
I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Whitney.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Before we start talking about the bills, I just wanted to make sure I understood your career correctly.
Sir.
And you and I had a moment to speak outside the presence of the jury, so I won't try to rehash the whole thing. But am I correct that you've worked in the field for approximately 22 years?
I've worked in healthcare finance for approximately 22 years, sir.
And although you've been with several different hospital systems or health systems, during those 22 years, you have worked never for an insurance company. Is that true?
That is correct.
And so, as you sit here today, for example, if we put up Exhibit 2017741, and it's similar to the documents you were just shown by defense counsel. I've just selected one here. You've never been involved in the creation of an insurance record like the one before you.
That's correct.
Right. All of your experience is drawn from the hospital side in submitting bills to the insurance companies.
All my experience has been on the provider side, sir.
Provider side, excuse me.
Sir.
Your testimony, however, is that the hospital bills bear a one-to-one relationship, a mere relationship with these documents, correct?
My testimony is that I've reviewed the hospital claims, and based upon what I've seen here, there appears to be a match in what we submitted to what this document is providing.
All right, so the jury can rely on the fact that looking at these Aetna documents, these are based upon the bills that Johns Hopkins submitted to Aetna.
I wouldn't make that leap, sir. I didn't create this report. What I'm telling you is that the information that we submit on claims, Aetna's pulling this information from somewhere off of the claims that we had submitted to them.
Can you or can you not testify to the validity of these bills?
I can testify, well, these are not bills, sir, but I can testify to the validity of the bills that we had sent to and I can also intelligently explain what this stuff, what a lot of these items are talking about here on the screen.
All right. Looking at this, I'm sorry, you don't call this a bill. What do you call this?
It looks like some form of transaction report, sir.
All right. Looking at this transaction report, you'd agree with me that this particular one is from December 6th, 2016?
That is the date that it was received, sir. So are you asking for when it received the bill, or are you talking about the services or the date of the services being rendered?
The date that Aetna received the bill from Johns Hopkins Hospital.
12/6/2016.
Right. And I know you focused with defense counsel on a couple of bills that were for room and board. This one says type of service, hospital ancillary. You didn't focus on any of those with him. Would you please explain what hospital ancillary is?
Well, it's hospital ancillary, and its ancillary services are typically any services that are provided on a patient for a multitude of factors that are taking place. So if you look here, the ancillary care involves complex regional pain syndrome, child neglect, candidoesophagitis, unspecified protein, calorie, malnutrition. When you see on the diagnosis codes here, sir, all these services and these diagnosis codes were individual services provided to that patient. So there are a multitude of services that were rendered on that patient to generate the charges submitted.
We're talking about medical services here.
That is correct, sir.
All right. And you testified earlier that the top diagnostic code is the focal point of that bill, correct?
The top diagnosis code is typically where a lot of the work is being focused on at that point in time of care.
And although you're not a medical biller or coder, but you oversee them.
That's correct, sir.
Right? You're aware that certain diagnostic codes carry a higher reimbursement rate than others.
That's correct, sir.
All right. So, for example, something like complex regional pain syndrome carries a higher reimbursement rate than, let's say, constipation.
I wouldn't agree with that, sir.
You wouldn't?
I would not agree with that because the reason is the DRG that was submitted to Aetna for the hospital claims that we sent through, there was no specific reimbursement for the DRG. It actually triggered a per diem reimbursement model that we had with Aetna at that point in time. So I would not sit there and say that CRPS would generate increase, decrease, or remain neutral any DRG, because a DRG consists of multiple services that are provided, not just one.
You'd agree with me that complex regional pain syndrome is the focal point of this bill on December 6th?
I would agree that complex regional pain syndrome is the top line in this.
All right. And you described the top line as the focal point earlier, right? You're not backing off that testimony, are you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, charge submitted, $18,000, and then amount paid just over $10,000, again, for services, bills delivered in December 2016, with the focal point being complex regional pain syndrome, just over $10,000, correct?
There was also appears to be 12 other services that were rendered.
My question was, is complex regional pain syndrome the focal point of this bill where $10,000 was paid?
I can tell you that complex regional pain syndrome is part of what we had submitted for the
Are you backing off your testimony about the top line being a focal point?
I would ask that Mr. Whitney give the witness the time to respond.
I think he has, so you can continue.
Okay.
Are you backing off your testimony that the top line of the bill is the focal point?
No, sir.
All right. So you'd agree with me that as December 2016, the focal point of this $10,000 that Johns Hopkins received was complex regional pain syndrome?
It appears to be, sir.
All right. Now, you talked a lot about how Aetna never challenged the billing and paid for all the billing.
Yes, sir.
All right. When Aetna communicates with someone like yourself inside the hospital system, how do they cross-check whether the diagnoses are valid or invalid?
So for this instance, there's a utilization management department inside the insurance company, and we have a utilization case management department and inpatient financial clearance teams. They work in conjunction to make sure that the services that we're going to provide are authorized to be performed. And during that period of time, there is communication or sometimes medical requests for information to maintain the authorization or to keep the care, to make sure that the approved treatment plan is going forward. Once the authorizations are completed and you continue to send, and like I stated earlier, then from October through January, the first week of January, there was 14 correspondences between Aetna asking for medical review or medical documents and All Children's Hospital that we provided. Once all that has been taken into consideration, we then send a bill to the insurance company to be adjudicated. If what we send does not line up with what is authorized, there will be a denial for a no authorization or a medical necessity, sir.
All right. Thank you for the explanation. In substantiating the billing, you provide them medical records on occasion.
As requested, sir.
As requested by Ayden, and here 14 different occasions.
Yeah, it appeared about every week, sir.
And the documentation you provide with the medical records.
That is correct, sir.
All right. So, and what the insurance company is looking for is to see if the diagnosis that you're submitting bills for is actually present in the medical records.
They're making sure that it's...
Right. So if a diagnosis that the hospital doesn't believe in is still carried forward in the medical records beyond the point that they believe that to be a diagnosis, insurance company doesn't know the difference, do they?
I can't honestly answer that question, sir. I don't know what you... Can you ask it again?
Sure. Let me ask it a different way.
Yeah.
If you have physicians that came in here and testified that as of November 7th, they didn't believe complex regional pain syndrome was a diagnosis, insurance company doesn't know that, do they?
I don't know. I don't handle the mindset of the...
That doctor keeps the diagnosis in the record. Insurance company looks, says it's still in the record. They don't actually interview the doctor and say, do you really believe this?
Well, I would disagree with you because, and here's why. It's not uncommon for insurance companies to sit there and ask for a peer-to-peer review with medical providers to ensure that the care is being done. That does happen.
In submitting these bills, can you just guess? Can you just guess at the diagnoses?
No, sir.
So if an anesthesiologist came in here and when he's asked, does this child have complex regional pain syndrome or not? And the response is, what do you mean? Is that valid?
Objection, mischaracterization of evidence. Overruled.
Ask your question again, please, sir.
If the anesthesiologist on the case doesn't even know if complex regional pain syndrome is a valid diagnosis or not, is this a valid bill?
If the
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
If the anesthesiologist, their job is to perform the services that is rendered or asked of them, and they will document that into the note, and then the coder will come in and provide the diagnosis code related behind it. Right. So the difference is that you need to understand, and I think is that the services rendered would be captured by the coders, and that the fact that the coders are a separate entity from the providers, if it's in the record and it's documented and it's captured, right, they will code accordingly for it.
Right. So if you have an anesthesiologist who doesn't know what the diagnosis is, testify to that, but put it down in the record, it's properly coded as far as the insurance company is concerned, because when they look at the medical record, there it is.
You still have to perform the services to treat.
You're aware in your various roles that as a hospital, when you send out bills to the insurance company, those create financial obligations not just for the insurance company, but for the patient and their family, right?
Depending on the insurance plan they have, yes, sir.
Majority
and depending
of the time.
on, well, may I explain?
Is it true or not that in certain instances...
He can finish his answer.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason why it's important to understand is because it depends on if there's secondary insurance or not, and who that secondary insurance is.
Right.
So that's why it matters, because in instances where we bill insurance companies for it, if there's a secondary insurance, and depending on who that secondary insurance is, the ability to bill the patient afterwards may not be allowed.
Here, let me ask it this way. Have you looked to see what kind of financial obligation the hospital's billing for complex regional pain syndrome as the focal point, even as late as December and January, created for the Kowalski family?
I have not. I'm not aware of any.
You can't speak to that, right?
That is correct, sir.
All right. No further questions this time.
Sure.
So, Mr. Bankert, I think, just to be clear, when All Children's is sending a bill that includes a diagnosis of CRPS among the diagnostic related group to Aetna, before Aetna pays that, they're checking when requesting records to see did All Children's provide medically necessary services for that code. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
So if the jury has heard testimony from experts that the treatment for CRPS is physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy, what Aetna is doing before they pay their bills when they're requesting records is to see did All Children's provide those services in relation to the code. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And in your review of the entire months of my estate, did Aetna ever reject those bills for CRPS?
We have not received any denials for medical necessity or no authorization that I've not seen.
And even to this day, in 2023, years later, that's still true. Aetna still has not.
I am not aware of them recouping any dollars for any services rendered.
And from your review of the bills, did you see whether, I know you said a copay zero, do you know if Mr. Kowalski ever paid anything?
I am not aware of any patient obligation or anything that has been paid.
No other questions?
One more question. Were you aware that the Johns Hopkins expert that came in here to testify about CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome, testified that Maya never had that condition?
Sir, I'm not aware of anything that has taken place prior to me being here today.
No other questions?
Members of the jury.
Release the hounds. Or in this case, release the jury. All right, some spicy stuff. I love we have so many people here who are familiar with the legal requirements and little details that are involved in the medical billing as a business, as a this is incredible to get all the insights you're sharing with us. This is great. It sounds like the hospital is trying to have it both ways. And then they're using the fact that because Aetna paid the bills we sent them, clearly they said it was medically necessary. And at the same time, they're saying, they're oh my goodness, this is good. Okay, so looks like all the questions are, is this a sidebar? Oh yeah, jury questions. Not a lot of them. The witness is staying there, so we're not going to hear it on the phone, unfortunately. Yeah, I think he stepped in a little bit. They're trying to play both sides of the fence, and they can't. They can't have it both ways, and I think the jury can see through that. I think we'll see a question that calls them out on that. You've got your doctors saying it wasn't CRPS. You've got your medical billing guy saying we billed for CRPS, and the hospital says it was okay and it's fine, and it was mostly just room and board anyway, so that's not a problem. You can't have it both ways. Jill Maloney says, someone said this has nothing to do with how the hospital treated her is wrong. Sorry, it indicates a lot. Jillian, yes, and at the same time, I can see that other point. Some of the pleadings in this case have nothing to do with what the hospital billed. I realize the fraud one does, but the unlawful imprisonment accusation, the battery accusation, these are not medical procedures that the hospital was billing for. That's an issue. Those they're completely separate, and no matter what, whether Maya had CRPS or didn't, whether her mom did have Munchausen by proxy, which she didn't, or didn't, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter for those elements. It's winding down quickly. We're getting close to the end. The light at the end of the tunnel is going brighter. It may be a freight train coming our way. We don't know. There's a good song about that, right? Is that Metallica? Sings that one. Anyway, I feel like his doublespeak is typical hospital practice. A lot of coverage, a lot of there's an excuse for everything or a reason for everything. Who let Whitney out? This is beautiful goddess. He does a great job. I really love listening to Whitney, and it seems like sometimes he'll. And I'm not sure if this is strategy. Sometimes he'll argue and fight. We don't want this to don't come in. Don't want it to come in, and that's not the main fight. He knows it's coming in, and then Shapiro gets his win. He brings it in and starts swinging, left, right, and center, and then Mr. Whitney comes in with the cross that gets him. And it's like now that you've walked right into the trap, let me ask you these questions. I love that. I love that level of lawyering. What if the parents put in writing they want AMA discharge? I'm not sure if the parents did. I think it's all over the medical records that they expressed it. Hospitals notoriously bill way too much money for the money for the money grab it gets them. The $10 aspirin. Red Pen. This is funny because almost everybody in the juror box has probably had a medical bill of some sort, right? By the time you reach adulthood, you've probably had a medical procedure, you've had a doctor's visit, even a hospital visit, and you've received a bill. And you probably have been either frustrated or surprised at the totals. And if you have insurance that covered it and took care of everything, that's great. That's wonderful. But for those that don't, this testimony might be very triggering as they look, and it's like, hey, hang on. You billed $79,000 and the Aetna pays $45,000 or something. If they didn't have insurance, you just billed them the $79,000. This is a frustrating point for many people that a lot of people get just raked over the coals when it comes to the billing charges. We know there's a lien filed against the Klowski family, but do we know if the hospital has a judgment against them? I don't think it's the hospital. I think it's the insurance companies with the lien. I don't think the hospital has anything against them. They give insurance a price break, but not individuals paying out of pocket. Seems backwards. Right. For quite a while, we paid out of pocket for our medical stuff. And so you'd go to if we had to take a kid, if you break an arm or something, you take a kid to the emergency room because all kids break their arms when the clinics are closed. They do it on weekends, usually holidays. Just, if you're about to become a parent, you have this to look forward to. Kids will get injured at the least financially appropriate time, so you basically only have one place to go, and yeah, it's $2,500 for a couple hours in the emergency room is not unheard of, and it's frustrating when it's all out of pocket. Angie, welcome. I learned about us from Lawn Lumber last night. I'm so happy to have the opportunity to watch the trial from your perspective. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate you being here. This is a fun group. Lawn Lumber has been wonderful. Rob has been amazing. I said many better things about the channel than we deserve. But thank you very much for being here. Let's see. As everyone's sharing some of their billing nightmare scenarios, without getting into too much detail, we had one of our children born at the hospital, and the doctor didn't make it. Like he would. Between us getting checked in and the baby being born, the doctor wasn't there in time, and so the nurse just stepped up and filled the role, and the doctor still billed, and we're like, hang on, are you saying this is like a flat rate for everything that you normally would cover in childbirth? Because literally you weren't even present, and you're getting the same amount as if you were there. Fun times. Love those hospital bills. All right, where were we? Do we have any questions about this witness? One last question, says Cheryl Bybee. If Aetna paid the bills, why the lien then? Because they were covered. I'm confused by this. Well, what happens if they're basically in this, if there's a payout, if the hospital has to pay the family, some of the math that goes into the amount the family pays is going to be calculated based on the costs that they were incurred. So they're basically getting paid back for bills that were covered by the insurance. And so the insurance says, wait, you got paid for that? We paid out of pocket. We're the ones left holding the bag. We should get that money. And that's how that works, that little
Hey, Mr. Bankert, there's several questions, but before that, there was a question from one of the jurors about the medical bills and
good
I
point.
just forgot what I was going to say.
Sonam, good
You want
point.
me to remind you?
Yes, please.
Approach
That, the attorneys are working on the submissions to the jury, which should hopefully include the relevant medical bills.
There we go. And why I couldn't remember that just 10 seconds previous, I don't know.
Judge is ready for lunch. He's thinking about pizza.
Now, Mr. Bankert, the questions are from the jury. Can you tell us, if you know, the interval criteria that utilization review uses for CRPS?
I cannot tell you the interval specific to CRPS. What I can tell you is the submission between October and January, there was 14 requests from Aetna for us to provide the medical
That tells me
records to them.
there
for
was
the
a lot of
services that
money
we were
involved.
rendering. But as far as individually for CRPS, no, sir.
That tells
Again,
me
if you
there was a
know,
lot of
can
money
you tell
involved.
us the interval criteria that utilization criteria use for conversion disorder?
Once again, the criteria for a specific disorder is dependent upon how long the authorization is good for. Okay, so when we are, for some services that we have to render as a provider, we have to get authorization from the insurance company to be able to perform before we can even perform those services. Okay? And so the authorization to be able to perform those services has to take place for a period of time, and that authorization only lasts for so long before you have to go back and ask again to continue that level of care.
Just hold that for the next round.
It's the wording.
I'm sorry?
It's the wording.
It's the wording?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, we've got another question that just gets passed up to the judge. It's the nurse.
QUAL?
Yeah, interqual.
Interqual.
Yeah.
I apologize.
This witness just looks as like, whoa, you know the terminology?
Can you tell us the interqual criteria, that utilization criteria they use for conversion disorder?
I cannot. The case management or utilization management team would be able to answer that question with me personally. I cannot. I'm not a case manager by trade.
Now, the next question, again, if you know, can you tell us the criteria for unspecified child maltreatment confirmed?
Can you read that again, Your Honor, please?
If you know, can you tell us the criteria for unspecified child maltreatment confirmed?
Unfortunately, that falls along the lines of a professional or certified coder, and I do not have that certification. There would have to be documentation in the record to call that out for the coder to be able to come in and classify that diagnosis.
Is this correct? The coder will place the primary diagnosis first?
The amount of care that is provided, to trigger what is going on the most, that will automatically move up to the top. So whatever is the focal point of care at that point in time will have a tendency to rise to the top. It's also, I think, very important to understand that a lot of times what starts out as the focal point of care when a patient comes in through our doors doesn't end up being the focal point of care at a later point in time. We have a common practice. It is common practice in healthcare that when a patient comes to our facility, that outside physicians or outside providers who are rendering care give us, some form of background, some form of information of services that they're providing for this patient or treatment that's being done. And that's usually what we start out with. And that's usually what starts out with in the care of the patient because of the expertise of that outside provider or the feedback that we get from that patient. But as the stay continues, that can obviously change in terms of what's being treated.
Can you describe to the jury what a DRG is?
Yes, sir. A DRG stands for diagnosis-related groupings. What happens, and it goes back to the pizza analogy that I provided, there's multiple diagnoses
Pizza's been provided.
that are provided for that patient during their care for that period of time, okay? And when you bundle them all together, they're individual diagnoses, but when you bundle them all together, it triggers what is classified as the DRG, or diagnosis-related grouping. And what that means is, hey, all these services that you rendered fall in line in treating this type of particular illness or this kind of particular malady, okay? And so that DRG is then submitted on the hospital side to the insurance companies to go through the reimbursement process.
Following that question, is that bundle payment for a specific diagnosis?
That bundle payment is not for a specific diagnosis. That bundle payment is for all the services that were rendered to treat the patient for that period of care. As I mentioned previously, it covers, there was multiple maladies that DRG covered, as well as the room and board, the physical therapy, the occupational therapy, and the respiratory therapy that was taking place. So it wasn't just for a particular diagnosis, it's for all of the services that we performed, including room and board and the therapies.
When you say the hospital billed for meds, PT, OT, respiratory therapy, what diagnosis did you bill those under? There has to be a diagnosis tied to those services, question mark?
Yeah, so when all those services are rendered, they are added together with all the other services that we do, okay? Whether it was administration of any medications, whether it was lab work, whether it was anything else that we did during that period of time, the therapies, along with the other services that we did, would all get wrapped together to be part of that DRG or part of that reimbursement. They have revenue codes that are assigned to each one of them individually, and codes that are assigned to them individually, then when you combine them together, form that diagnosis-related grouping.
Do you work closely with the utilization review team in your hospital?
I have the privilege of overseeing the case management and utilization management team at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
When a patient is admitted to the hospital, isn't it correct the utilization team will review the diagnosis the patient was admitted under and use the interqual criteria to see if the patient meets the admission guidelines for that diagnosis, in this case CRPS? If Maya did not meet the guidelines for the diagnosis of CRPS per interqual, there would have to have been a peer-to-peer review with physicians, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Then every few days, the utilization team will perform a concurrent review to continue to be sure Maya's care and treatment continues to meet guidelines for inpatient admission and get authorization from her insurance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Shapiro, I've now completed the reading of the jurors' questions. Do you have any further questions?
No. I appreciate the education. I don't. Thank you.
Yeah, mercy.
You don't want to ask what interqual is? I'm being facetious. May this witness be excused. Or actually, members of the jury, did you have any other questions?
He may be excused.
And release from all subpoenas?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you all's time. Take care.
Okay, so that was enlightening. He showed up as an expert, tried to dumb it down.
1:40 for the jury to be back, ready to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
What just happened was this jury listened to that testimony
The
and then
jury's at
responded.
our presence. Any issues we need to address before we go? And if we were back at 125, is that appropriate?
Yes, sir.
Did you say 140 to the jury?
What 140 for the jury, 125 for us, giving us 15 minutes.
Yes.
See you at 125.
Can we find out, are we showing depositions after this?
No, we have a witness.
Here?
I don't, it's the pharmacist.
Okay, so what happened? This guy, they can't decide if they're done or not. This guy testifies and he tries to dumb down these bills and explain everything to this jury so they can understand the in-depth technical world of medical billing. And we clearly have one, possibly two jurors on here who know inside and out how the process works and use the vernacular of that position, the billing language to say, hey, doesn't it work like this? And then in detail, and all he can say is yes. Yep, nailed it. There's nothing they can pull over him. We've got Jules on the phone right now. Hold on just one second. Jules.
Oh my God. Listen, all those questions was from the same juror. Juror number 6, she is definitely the one with the medical background. I'm writing off the questions. We can see and hear her ripping off from her notepad and piling the papers on the ledge in front of her.
I hope she gets to deliberate. She clearly has so much personal knowledge and understanding when it comes to so much that's at play in this case.
And Scott, you know what the funniest part was?
What's that?
Every time she tore off a piece of paper and put it up there, she was smiling. And when the bailiff took it over to the judge, what do you call it? She sat there with her arms crossed, just smiling, and her and 7 were kibitzing back and forth. Okay, so now the judge starts asking the questions. Well, we see her right on her pad, pull a piece of paper off and fold it, and she hands it to the bailiff. And I'm sure you heard the judge say, "We're going to wait for the next round." And she says, "No, it's
nope. You said it wrong. You said it wrong."
And
Intraqual,
I mean,
right?
Yes. And I mean, like, dude, this woman is unfreaking believable. And yeah, so there's your medical person.
Yeah,
that's her.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was crazy. I will tell you that the thing that stuck out to me. There was a question, obviously, from this juror that they were saying about this interqual and how often if you bill something to the insurance department, there's a refresh rate, right? They're going to come back and check and say, hang on, for sure. And he says, all I can tell you is that 14 times during this period, the insurance company came back to her and said, is this really, are you still billing us for this? Is this still a thing? Can you verify this? And there might have been some back and forth, but they would not do that if it's like, oh, she needs another Tylenol. They're not going to call up and like, hang on. Are you really telling me that she needs another Tylenol? And the only reason they do 14 times during that stay is if this was a sizable bill, a big chunk of the bill.
Yeah.
I think that became really clear through that testimony. Live stream. Sorry.
Nick, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just want to say I have to give a shout out to Nick Whitney because that man was on fire.
He was really good. Really good. I love him on Cross. He does so well. Jules, you haven't seen this, but this morning before my live stream started, there was a bug on my wall. I'm like a big bug. Okay, It's like that. It was that big. It was huge. That's why I have a can of Raid on my desk, and I'm looking everywhere for the bug because it got away, and I still have not found it. Chat's giving me a hard time over it. But a question for you, and everyone, I guess for everybody, are you getting pizza for lunch?
That would be a no.
It was a weird analogy for the witness to come up. It's like, imagine if you're making a pizza. I'm like, what? And then it did sort of carry through, but it was funny.
I thought it was a weird analogy, but and I didn't quite follow it either. But listen, juror number 6 made the case for me. That's all I could say on that. Yeah. And earlier, when I told you I had something to tell you, but I couldn't remember what it was because I didn't have my notes with me. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it was what do you call it? They have gone. I don't know if you heard this or not, but I made sure I confirmed this. They have gone through 54 notepads.
We heard
54.
That. Stacks and stacks. They had to go out and buy more.
54 notepads they went through. And then juror number 12, this is on the first witness, that Jennifer McCain, when she wouldn't clarify what normal, she didn't like using the term normal.
Right, to describe children.
Clearly irritated number 12.
Yeah.
He was clearly irritated by that. And I think I already told you that all the questions were from 7 on that first witness. Let
me go back just briefly on this last witness. After the first round of questions, I think the first time there was the interqual question was read, and it was read pronounced improperly. The witness winked at the juror and it wasn't a small wink; it was a big wink. Did you see that?
I see. That's the thing. Where I sit, my focus is on the jury, and I can't. And also. The way the witness box is set up, it's low, and then there's a monitor in front of them. So we really can't see the witness. There's another TV screen. I don't know if you can see it on camera or not, but it would be to my left. So if I'm facing the judge's bench, it's to the left in front there where they show.
That's the Zoom feed, right?
Yeah. And so they show whoever's doing direct examination, and they show the witness box, but it's very small. So it's really hard to get a feel. So I only get to see I'm not going to lie. The witnesses when I watch Rob at night when he goes through it, and I was like, oh, so that's what kind of faces they're making or whatever, because I can't. We're too far away, and that the witness box is low, and then there's a monitor in front of them, so we really can't see them.
Oh man!
But I could see the jury.
Yeah, you'll have to watch it on replay because it gave a lot of people a little creep factor. It was quite the wink. So interesting.
Wow. Well, but I mean, Shapiro got his butt kicked by Nick today.
Yeah, I think he did.
He did.
Shapiro has had a string of difficult witnesses as far as cross goes.
And the point got across. I mean, for me, and you tell me if I'm reading into this incorrectly, okay? To me, Whitney got across, because Shapiro kept saying, we didn't bill $500,000 for just CRPS, blah, 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 and all of that stuff. Well, I think Whitney did a good job in breaking that down, that very first line where it said CRPS is the major billing, the most percentage of the bill goes to that. So, and then judging by what the question she asked to me, verified that.
Yeah. At the very end of the jurors' questions, the judge was like, "Hey, do you have any more across or something?" And then somebody said, "Mercy." Was that Anderson that asked for mercy?
No, that was Nick Whitney.
That was Whitney. Okay.
that was Whitney.
Clearly, they don't need to explain anything, at least to that juror, as far as the medical billing. So,
what did you think about the question when Whitney said to the witness, "Well, what would you say if an anesthesiologist came in here and made a claim that Maya never had CRPS?"
Yeah, and he's like, I don't look at that. I don't. Yeah, it seems like there was a gap. There's like we just bill, and as long as the insurance company pays, we're fine with it. Okay, as long as they're not complaining, that's my goal.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all I have for you on that Publix. Now I have to run in and grab something to eat because I'm starving. Unless, I don't know, does the chat have any quick questions that they need answered?
I've been trying to ask a couple as we go along, but a lot of them are saying thank you. That was awesome. I appreciate your visual
You're very welcome.
Observation skills.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Jules. Have a great lunch. We'll see you.
I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Jules. That's awesome. All right, who winked? The witness who winked was Mr. Jason Bankert, I think is his name, and he's the billing guy for the hospital. So this was the second witness. We still have not heard from the pharmacist. We're supposed to hear from Mr. Shad or Mr. Shad, who's the pharmacist. Hey, are you in costume? That's tonight. Awesome. You look good. My daughter's in a Halloween costume for a little party tonight. Anyway, we haven't heard from the pharmacist. We thought they were going to go second, so that still could be coming after lunch. We also have two more depots, one from Dr. Hannah and one from the guardian ad litem, all to be today, and all that is eating into the time. I haven't done the billing codes on the shot clock yet, but I think we've probably eaten about between 30 and 40 minutes of plaintiff time today already. And so we'll see what that adds up to. I haven't got exact numbers. If somebody out there has the numbers for the Mr. Whitney's time, that would be great. All right. Sorry. Solo YOLO, I apologize. It already ended. You might be a little bit behind in the chat as far as time goes. But ask about one witness and video. Ask about first witness and video. The first witness with Dr. McCain. Didn't we already talk about that one with the break? Solo YOLO? Am I forgetting things? I thought we'd already talked to Jules about that, about the witness that watched the video. Or maybe we just talked amongst ourselves. All right. Can we show the wink again? Let me see if I can get to the wink really quickly. Let's rewind this feed. Okay, give me just 1 second, see if we can find the wink. I don't know which set of questions it was. Trying to find it. Let me scroll here. It was like a wink and a smile. It wasn't a standalone wink. Okay, let me just show you this just really quickly. Oops, I need to go here.
For that diagnosis, in this case,
look at the smile.
If Maya did not meet the guidelines for the diagnosis
what
of
just happened here.
CRPS per interqual, there would have to have been a peer-to-peer review with physicians, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Then
Okay, so that
every
was-
few days,
that was the
utilization team
second
would
time around.
perform a concurrent review to continue to be sure Maya's care and treatment continues to meet guidelines for inpatient admission and get authorization from her insurance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This witness is basically just saying,
And
all I
Mr.
can do is
Shapiro,
admit
now
that this
completed
juror
the
knows more than
reading of the jurors' questions.
I thought they did.
Do you have any?
Okay, so we're going to back up just a little bit on. I'm going to do the spinny wheel.
No payment is not.
Let's go a little further.
That means that diagnosis. That's usually what we
Anyway,
start out
I'm not going to be
with,
able to find it, so I should have put it on my rewind machine. It would be a little easier, but looking. Oh, here we go. There it is. Got it. Okay, here we go. We found the wink.
The utilization management team would be able to answer that question. With me personally, I cannot. I'm not a case manager by trade.
Now,
personally, I cannot. I'm not a case manager by trade. Question with me
hang on.
personally, I cannot. I'm not a case manager by trade.
Oh man, I need frame by frame. I need my slow-mo machine. but yeah, there's the wink.
To answer that question with me personally, I cannot. I'm not a case manager by trade.
Bingo. Okay, Rob, I challenge you to the pause game. This is my submission. So there's the wink. This is the best pause I've ever had. But that was it. That was too much. That was too much. That was strange. That was really weird. Yeah. All right. Here's what we are. It is lunchtime right now. We've all been hearing about food. The jury's getting some food. It's a little bit later lunch than they normally take. So we've got a little bit of time before that. You guys, is anyone going to change their profile picture to the wink picture? Adam Nusky, I'm looking at you. Okay, let me look at the time on the clock. The jury's going to be back at 1:40 this afternoon. That's in an hour and 13 minutes. Judge said come back at 1:25. So if we get back at 1:05, we've got basically 45 minutes. I think we're going to be back right around 1:05, 1:10. The math is hard when the big hand is not pointing at the 12, the 3, the 6, or the 9. But we're going to do about a 45-minute lunch. Then we're going to come back and get ready for the second half of the day. It will have some depositions. So usually those tend to not be as spicy, especially because there's no. Yes, there was a click. Yes, he did click his tongue with the wink. Jesse, that was a good catch. I think the timing was. It was a wink and a click. I can't wink very well, so I can just click. That's all I've got. Could it be the juror is a case manager and the witness knows them professionally? I doubt it. Chantel, one of the questions that jurors receive when they're being screened for being paneled in the jury is they're given a witness list, and they have the names of everybody who's been named as a potential witness by both sides. And if there's anybody on that list that they say, yeah, I'm related to this person, or I used to work with that guy, or that's my ex, or anything like that comes up, that would be a huge red flag. You have to disclose that to the judge right away, and generally it means you're not going to be in the jury. They don't want any baggage or connection between you and a witness to maybe influence or give additional weight or less weight to the testimony because of what you know about the person outside of court. So there should not be any relationship between or even knowledge between the two. Just finished Marco's Chicken Fresco Pizza. Yummo, says Trophy Wife. Can someone Uber me a pepperoni pizza? I have to admit, I'm still thinking about pizza and a little bit about a bug, which makes me think less about pizza. But we'll look for the bug. Might have to bring some equipment in here and get this fixed. I think that's all. Are we good to break for lunch? Is there anything I need to cover or address before we take a little bit of a break? I'm looking. We need a wink emoji. Emojis are 45 pixels by 45 pixels. They're I think 48 pixels by 48 pixels. So they're very small, and it's very hard to do detailed picture. I think there's already a wink emoji, like a smiley face, that's available. But I don't know if we could do. I'm not sure if I could make one that would really be. You could tell what it is. Let's see, Adam Nusky. He goes with my tagline, says, "Don't forget to hug people you love and wink at a stranger to brighten their day." Apparently this witness already got that message. Well, I'll do the real outro in just a minute. Cielo, sorry, for the pizza funds, it might also go to the raid funds to buy more Southern Febreze. I actually prefer the lemon scent to the lavender scent. But it's good stuff. It works. It works. And they should sponsor the show because we keep them in business. I think that's all. You guys, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for making this the most enjoyable place to watch true crime on the internet. That is all thanks to you. Appreciate it. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. You might even wink, if you're feeling a little frisky. So won't go there. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be at a little after 1. We've got about 35 minutes or so, roughly. I'll do the math here when we're off camera. Sonam Lama says, didn't they say CRPS and conversion have the same treatment? Wouldn't that mean that they would have the same codes on the DRG group so they could easily reassign? Okay, so to carry this one thought further, if they did, which one has the higher billing rate? Can somebody research that and figure out if it was straight money that made that decision? All right, I'll wink at you guys later. Have a good lunch. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a good one. Bye.
Because he's the guy.